There's a stone. It shouldn't be there. You wouldn't notice it at first. Just another chunk of glacial granite, half buried beneath the topsoil of a quiet Minnesota field. But if you looked closer, you'd see the marks. Carved lines, impossibly deliberate, scored with symbols no plow should ever unearth. This was no accident of geology. It was left, on purpose perhaps, nearly 200 pounds of mystery pulled from the earth in 1898 by a bewildered farmer. Its surface was covered not in Latin, not in English, and not in any language modern Americans would recognize, but runes. Runes like those of ancient Scandinavia, yet not quite Viking, not quite Norse. Older, stranger. Something about them felt off, not just in script but in story. Because this stone doesn't just bear symbols, it tells a tale of death and hardship, of men who crossed vast waters, who journeyed into a land that shouldn't exist in their time. The date carved deep into its weathered face is 1362. That's not a typo. It's 130 years before Columbus ever glimpsed the salt horizons of the Caribbean, before ships flying European flags ever mapped the Americas, before the New World had a name. So you have to ask, what if it's not a hoax? What if this runestone isn't the work of 19th century mischief, but the real record of a medieval journey across the ocean? What if the ones who made it weren't ordinary seafarers, but members of a hidden brotherhood, a sacred order long believed destroyed? What if the Knights Templar came to America first? Now, that's a question that sounds like fiction, like the start of a thriller novel or the plot of a Nicolas Cage film. And yet, the deeper you look, the less ridiculous it seems. The story doesn't fall apart under scrutiny. It whispers. The more you listen, the more the puzzle pieces begin to nudge into alignment. They don't scream an answer, but they suggest one. Shapes begin to form, not of certainty, but of possibility. So, breathe slowly. Let the noise of modern skepticism fade. Sink in. What comes next may shift more than just your view of a stone in Minnesota. It might bend the very ground beneath what we call history. Because the past isn't just a collection of dates. It's a landscape built on memory and silence. And silence, as you'll come to see, is often louder than it seems. Some silences are innocent, born from forgotten pages, lost manuscripts, misplaced artifacts. Others, though, are deliberate, intentionally sculpted voids, gaps created to protect power, to bury truths, or to keep sacred knowledge out of reach. History is not merely what happened, it is what was allowed to be remembered. Tonight, we venture into one of the strangest silences of all, one that stretches from stone fortresses in medieval France to forgotten graveyards in rural New England, from royal betrayals and papal trials to whispers carved into oak and granite. This silence begins with the rise of the Knights Templar. They began not as myth, but as men. In the aftermath of the First Crusade, in the year 1119, Jerusalem was newly in Christian hands. Pilgrims from across Europe flocked to the Holy Land. But these weren't trained warriors. They were old women, barefoot friars, children, travelers drawn by faith, but utterly unprepared for the roads ahead. Bandits roamed the highways. Former soldiers turned raiders. The journey was more than spiritual. It was perilous. And so, 9 knights, only 9, proposed something radical. A new kind of monastic order. Not monks who farmed or copied texts, but monks who fought. Warrior monks. Their vow was to God, but their duty was protection. They would escort pilgrims, guard holy roads, and fight in defense of the faith. The church, at first, was skeptical, but slowly, approval grew. Then came their great weapon, image, The Templars were brilliant in branding before branding had a name. The white mantle, the stark red cross. They moved through the Holy Land like ghosts, unflinching, feared, holy. The image inspired awe. And donations. From all corners of Europe, wealth poured in. Nobles granted them estates, kings offered coin, and the Pope offered something even greater, exemption. The Templars answered to no local bishop, no monarch, only the Pope himself. In effect, they became a sovereign order, spiritually elite, militarily lethal, politically untouchable. By the 12th century, they were everywhere. Their reach extended from Portugal to Palestine. They owned fleets. They held castles. They created something that would shape centuries to come, a banking system. A traveler could deposit gold in London and withdraw its value in Jerusalem. The Templars invented the traveler's check. They were Europe's first true multinational institution. But power, as always, comes with a price. As the Crusader, kingdoms fell and Christian control over Jerusalem evaporated. The Templars' original purpose seemed outdated. They weren't escorting pilgrims anymore. They were managing farms, leasing land, financing wars. They looked less like monks and more like merchants. And with their immense wealth came rumors. What were they hiding? Why did they need so much secrecy? Why did their rituals remain closed even to other clergy? Whispers turned to accusations, and those whispers reached the ears of a king in desperate need of gold. Philip IV of France, burdened with war debts and suspicion, saw in the Templars a threat and an opportunity. On Friday, October 13th, 1307, he struck. Across France, Templar knights were arrested at dawn, charged with heresy, blasphemy, and sacrilege, tortured into confession. Many were burned, their assets seized, their leadership shattered, and then silence. But a strange kind of silence, because while many were captured, others simply vanished. Not every Templar commander was found, not every treasure accounted for, no mass graves, no final scrolls, just disappearance. Some say they fled north to Scotland, beyond papal reach, sheltered by clans sympathetic to their cause. Others believe they scattered through Europe, blending into other orders. But another theory, dismissed for centuries and now resurfacing with eerie consistency, suggests something bolder. They didn't just run, they sailed. At their height, the Templars had ships, real fleets. They operated ports, they had crews, they had maps. They knew the currents, the stars, the wind. They were not just knights. They were navigators. And if any group had the knowledge, secrecy, and resources to cross an ocean in the 14th century, it was them. There are, after all, clues. In Newport, Rhode Island, stands an old stone tower. Its architecture bears old-world hallmarks, Romanesque arches, circular design, construction methods absent from colonial America. In Westford, Massachusetts, a carving of a medieval knight, complete with cross-bearing shield, etched into stone centuries before European settlement. In Nova Scotia, the infamous mystery of Oak Island, with its booby-trapped shafts and tantalizing hints of buried wealth. And of course, that runestone in Minnesota, describing the deaths of a Norse expedition in 1362, marked with a symbol often associated with the Templars. These aren't isolated oddities. They form a thread, a pattern that connects dots no textbook ever encouraged you to draw. From Scotland's enigmatic Rosslyn Chapel, rumored repository of Templar secrets, to America's wooded interior, scattered with symbols, names, and myths that don't quite add up. The cross pate, the hooked X, the twin pillars, symbols that repeat like a whispered code. So ask yourself, what if the Templars came here not to conquer, but to preserve? To guard knowledge? To protect something? Or to build something anew? Doubters scoff. They call it pseudo-history, romantic nonsense. But history, real history, is filled with gaps. For every official record, there are 10 unwritten truths. Every time we declare something impossible, we're reminded that the impossible often just means unexplored. There are maps, ancient ones, showing parts of the New World before Columbus was born. There are legends passed down by native tribes of pale-skinned visitors who came long before the Spanish. There are burial sites, stone circles, cryptic engravings, and entire belief systems that bear uncanny echoes of Old World mysticism. Coincidence? Perhaps. But there's something magnetic in their repetition. Because what if the Templars didn't fall? What if they changed shape? What if their dissolution in Europe was not an end, but a doorway, a rebirth on distant shores? What if they left behind not just treasure, but a trail, a legacy hidden in plain sight, waiting to be seen by those willing to look? It would explain much, the enduring mythos, the strange symbols, the out-of-place artifacts, and above all, the silence. Because secrets this big don't vanish. They echo across oceans, across time. Imagine then, a cold dawn in the 14th century, a Templar ship cloaked in mist, approaching a foreign shore. No fanfare, no flags, just men with purpose. Builders, guardians, survivors. They disembark, they carve their marks, they bury what must be hidden. They leave stones not for monuments, but for messages, written in a code only time could unlock. Centuries pass, the world forgets. The name of Templar becomes myth, but the signs remain. The runes, the towers, the crosses carved where no cross should be, and the questions remain too, waiting, beneath the soil, beneath the history we were taught to accept. Because maybe, just maybe, the real story of the New World began long before Columbus, and maybe the Templars were its secret authors. So lie back, let the noise fade. Imagine those sails cracking in the wind. Hear the creak of timbers, the prayer murmured beneath breath, the whisper of ancient oaths carried across endless sea. Because some stones speak louder than history allows, and some stories refuse to stay buried. Imagine a rugged coastline, its cliffs sheared by icy Atlantic winds, waves pounding the rock like the rhythm of time itself. Somewhere in the distance, a ship looms, a speck against the mist, sails taut with purpose. On board, cloaked figures whisper prayers not only to their God, but to memory, to duty, to a secret that has crossed borders and oceans. This isn't fantasy, not entirely, because if the clues we keep finding are more than coincidence, then what lies beneath the surface of our known history may be more incredible than anything we've dared believe. By the early 1300s, the Knights Templar had become more than just a militant religious order. They were power brokers, financiers, mariners, and scholars. They had political reach that stretched from Rome to London, a treasure trove of sacred relics and knowledge that even kings envied. And crucially, they had enemies. King Philip IV of France, suffocating under debt and paranoia, saw them as both a threat and a solution. His solution was ruthless: accuse them of heresy, arrest them en masse, extract confessions under torture, and erase them from history. Or so he thought. But history has cracks. It forgets things. Or perhaps it remembers selectively, burying inconvenient truths beneath layers of sanctioned narratives. Because as brutal as the crackdown on the Templars was in France, it was far from comprehensive. In places like Scotland and Portugal, the order was never truly extinguished. Instead, it evolved, changed names, shifted symbols, recast itself in the shadows. In Portugal, King Dinas refused to hand over the Templars. Instead, he rebranded them as the Order of Christ, transferring assets, ships, and knowledge under a new name, but retaining the same blood. This move, ostensibly political, now looks like something else entirely. An intentional preservation of an institution that still had purpose. And that purpose, according to some, was far from over. What if their disappearance wasn't a retreat? What if it was an expedition? Some accounts, scorned by traditional academia but never quite dismissed, speak of a fleet of Templar ships that left the port of La Rochelle just before the mass arrests. Not just a few, but an entire contingent. Their destination? Unknown. Their fate? Lost to time. Or perhaps not. Perhaps it's been hiding in plain sight. One of the most tantalizing pieces of this puzzle lies not in Europe, but deep in the American Midwest. In a quiet Minnesota field, a 200-pound slab of stone covered in runes was unearthed in 1898, the Kensington Runestone. At first glance, it appears to be a Scandinavian artifact, possibly from Viking explorers. But deeper analysis, especially of its unusual symbols, including the enigmatic hooked X, suggests something stranger, something blended, a fusion not just of Viking iconography, but of Christian mysticism, a spiritual fingerprint that aligns uncomfortably well with what we know of the Templar inner circles. Now, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, why would a Templar marker be buried in the heart of North America? The standard response is that it wouldn't, that it's a hoax, a fabrication, a 19th century curiosity made to stir local legend. And maybe that's true, maybe. But how do we explain the other markers? The old stone tower in Newport, Rhode Island, whose construction bears architectural signatures found only in medieval Europe. The grave markers across New England bearing Templar crosses. Carvings in stone that predate Columbus by centuries, yet speak the language of an order officially dissolved in 1312. And then there's Oak Island, a strange, cursed spit of land off the coast of Nova Scotia, long rumored to conceal vast treasures, gold, manuscripts, artifacts. Theories abound: pirate gold, Spanish galleons, Shakespearean manuscripts. But at the heart of the Oak Island mystery is a thread that won't quite snap: Templar involvement. Certain shafts align with celestial patterns known to have been important to the order. Symbols found underground echo those in Templar chapels. Could this island have been a waypoint? A hiding place? A vault? Detractors argue that there's no direct proof, that these are coincidences, romantic nonsense. But the Templars were masters of secrecy. Even their most trusted knights were often in the dark about the order's larger intentions. Missions were compartmentalized, encoded in symbols, whispered only in candlelit chambers. The lack of written records isn't proof of absence. It's exactly what we should expect from a group that had every reason to hide. Let's return to the hooked X for a moment. It's a symbol that doesn't fit neatly into Norse runology. It appears on the Kensington Runestone, yes, but also on other stones across North America. It shows up in manuscripts and maps. Researcher Scott Wolter argues that the symbol represents a marriage of ideologies: Norse exploration, Christian mysticism, and Templar secrecy. A three-part fusion that points to a hidden history of pre-Columbian transatlantic contact. Skeptical? Good. You should be. Because extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. But skepticism doesn't mean dismissal. It means inquiry. And the deeper you go, the more this story starts to shape itself not as fiction, but as a historical possibility. A possibility built on maps that shouldn't exist, relics that shouldn't be where they are, and traditions that survived long after their supposed extinction. In Scotland, centuries after the supposed end of the Templars, a fascination with the order persisted, obsessively. Roslin Chapel, built by the Sinclair family, is covered in carvings that defy explanation. Maize, aloe, plants native only to the Americas. How could 15th century stonemasons have carved flora they supposedly hadn't seen yet? One answer is that they hadn't, but someone in their lineage had. Someone who brought back not just stories, but knowledge, seeds, symbols, secrets. This brings us to a larger, more disquieting idea. What if the Templars didn't just cross the Atlantic? What if they settled? What if they integrated, shared knowledge, perhaps even changed the course of history in subtle, invisible ways? We see echoes in indigenous legends, stories of pale visitors with crosses, of teachings that arrived from the sea, of strange alliances and spiritual exchanges. These stories were long dismissed as myth. But then, so was the idea of Viking settlement in North America, until the ruins at Lonceau Meadows were discovered. So where does this leave us? With more questions than answers, certainly, but also with a challenge: to re-examine our past not as a fixed set of dates and facts, but as a living puzzle, half told and half hidden. The Knights Templar may have vanished from official history in 1307, but unofficially, they may have simply turned the page. Their transformation into shadow, into the Order of Christ in Portugal, into Masonic traditions in Scotland, into the echoes we hear in American soil, may have been by design, a way of safeguarding something more important than treasure, a truth, one not meant for their time, or even ours, but one still waiting. And if the trail leads westward, if the stones and symbols are more than myth, then we owe it to ourselves to follow it. Carefully, open-eyed, respectfully. Because some stories are more than stories. They are maps, and some maps don't point to places. They point to ideas, to legacies, to a vision of history where silence wasn't absence, but strategy. And in that silence, you may find whispers, a name, a symbol, a question carved in stone and left in a field, waiting centuries to be understood. What if the greatest secret of the Knights Templar wasn't buried in Europe, but planted, quietly, in the soil of a new world? The names, odd and semi-familiar, have sparked debate for centuries. Edelund and Dro are not the fabrications of medieval fantasy. They seem rooted in something tangible, like fragments of truth filtered through time and dialect. These place names do not appear in other European records of the time, yet their placement on the Zeno map corresponds eerily well with parts of Atlantic Canada. The map isn't drawn in the fanciful style common to medieval cartographers, full of dragons and saints. It's restrained, practical, focused on coastlines, distances, and routes, exactly what a navigator would need. This practical tone is precisely why the map confounds so many historians. Because if it's genuine, if it was truly drafted in the late 14th century, then it undermines the core narrative of the Age of Exploration. It implies that someone, Sinclair, the Zeno brothers, perhaps even surviving Templars, had already charted part of the New World before Columbus ever dreamed of crossing the sea. Critics argue the map is a forgery, created by Niccolo Zeno the Younger to aggrandize his family's past. They point to inconsistencies in handwriting, language, and terminology. But these objections, while valid, don't entirely negate the map's accuracy. Its geography contains elements that would be almost impossible to guess without first-hand knowledge. For instance, its depiction of Greenland is more accurate than maps drawn 2 centuries later. Some have speculated that the Zeno brothers compiled observations from Norse sources. Others think they may have inherited charts from earlier navigators, perhaps even from the Templars. There is a strange continuity here, a recurring motif of suppressed knowledge and hidden maps. It raises the question, why would explorers, especially those connected to an outlawed religious order, keep such discoveries secret? The answer may lie in the nature of their mission. If Henry Sinclair and his company, including Venetian navigators and remnants of the Templar inner circle, had indeed reached the coasts of North America, they would have done so not as conquerors, but as pilgrims. Their goal may not have been colonization or trade, but refuge, a safe harbor far from the reach of papal edicts and inquisitorial fires. And what would they have carried with them, these travelers cloaked in secrecy? Some believe sacred objects, relics from the Temple of Solomon, perhaps even the Holy Grail. Others suggest they brought only knowledge, charts, codices, and philosophies considered too dangerous for public light. Either way, their motivations would have necessitated silence. Total silence. Any announcement of a new land, especially one reached without church sanction, would have been tantamount to heresy. So they didn't announce. They encoded. They left symbols carved into chapels, woven into family crests, and hidden in stone. Roslyn Chapel is the most enduring of these repositories. Commissioned by Sinclair's descendants, the chapel is filled with architectural flourishes that defy simple Christian symbolism. There are carvings of maize, corn, etched long before Columbus supposedly introduced it to Europe. There are stylized aloe leaves, agave forms, and even what some say resemble cacti, all plants native to the Americas, all impossible to know unless someone had seen them. Perhaps these carvings weren't meant to reveal, but to preserve, a whisper across generations. We were there. What's compelling about this hypothesis is its balance of plausibility and mystery. It doesn't require dragons or lost continents, just a few ships, a brave commander, and a reason to sail west. Henry Sinclair had all three, and if the Templars entrusted him with their final mission, a westward exodus, then his voyage becomes not just plausible, but probable. And here's where we circle back to that enduring symbol, the hooked X. It appears again, carved into stones found in North America, most famously, the Kensington Runestone in Minnesota. At first glance, it seems like a crude forgery, the sort of amateur relic one expects from 19th century hoaxers. But closer analysis reveals complexities that challenge such dismissal. The hooked X doesn't appear in traditional Norse runic alphabets. It appears in encoded Templar texts and on stones tied to early Freemasonry. According to researcher Scott Wolter, the hooked X represents a merging of dualities, male and female, spiritual and temporal, sacred and profane. It's a symbol of balance and secrecy, and it shows up in places it shouldn't. On grave markers, in manuscripts, and in out-of-place stones buried deep in North American soil. If this is coincidence, it's a persistent one. Skeptics argue that connecting the Kensington Runestone to the Templars is little more than wishful thinking. But the deeper you dive, the more these fragments cohere. The runestone bears dates and linguistic forms that shouldn't exist in 14th century Norse. Yet parts of its grammar echo the dialect spoken in regions associated with Sinclair and his circle. That doesn't make it proof, but it makes it harder to laugh off. And we return, again, to the notion of silence. If these stones were planted, they weren't meant to boast. They were meant to signal, perhaps to others following the same path, perhaps just to mark a presence. A kind of spiritual breadcrumb. We were here. We remember. We endure. As Freemasonry rose in prominence in the 17th and 18th centuries, its rituals echoed Templar rites. The twin pillars, the lost word, the journey through darkness into light. These weren't random allegories. They were stories passed down from a time when real knights had fled a collapsing world, seeking refuge in the unknown. Many early Masonic lodges in Scotland and England were founded by men claiming descent from Sinclair, and other noble lines tied to the Templars. It's not difficult to imagine these lodges as secretive archives, places where the echoes of that westward journey were preserved in drama and oath rather than ink. It's important not to confuse romanticism with truth. These ideas are intoxicating, yes, but they're not fantasy. They are built on suggestive overlaps, carved corn in a Scottish chapel, accurate maps from a time that shouldn't have had them, symbols appearing thousands of miles apart but etched with the same hand. These overlaps deserve scrutiny, not scorn. Because history is not a fixed script. It is a layered manuscript with lines crossed out, rewritten, and sometimes erased altogether. The story we've been told is clean. The Templars were dissolved in 1307, their power scattered, their knowledge lost. Columbus discovered the New World in 1492. Everything in between is blank parchment. But perhaps that parchment isn't blank. Perhaps it's written in invisible ink. That ink might be found in the carvings of Roslin, in the margins of the Zeno narrative, in the strange consistency of petroglyphs found in places no Norse explorer should have reached, in the fact that the Order of Christ, Portugal's Templar successor, launched many of the voyages that redefined the world, guided by maps whose origins remain unclear. And now, we ask, what does it mean if it's true? If Templars did reach America before Columbus, if Henry Sinclair stood on the rocky shores of Nova Scotia, what changes? The answer, not everything, but enough. Enough to reframe the narrative, enough to honor those whose stories were buried, not lost. Enough to admit that secrecy was not the end of the Templars' legacy, but its evolution. They may have vanished from papal records, but the sea does not keep receipts. The land does not issue declarations. And stone, well, stone remembers. So perhaps there was no great disappearance, no extinction, just a veiled continuation, a migration of knowledge guarded by bloodlines and belief, traveling not as invaders but as watchers, stewards of a story too dangerous to be told outright. And maybe, just maybe, they are still watching. Hope, in the year 1498, did not blaze like a comet streaking across the heavens. Rather, it flickered gently, like a candle's flame sheltered from the wind, quiet, persistent, and yet radiant, with infinite promise. It was a time when ink-stained fingers gripped quills in dusty workshops, and minds reached farther than ever before into the realms of possibility. Among them, Leonardo da Vinci bent over his sketches, his vision stretching centuries ahead. His notebooks brimmed with dreams, machines that could fly like birds, submarines to plunge beneath the waves, intricate bridges and war engines that hinted at realms untouched by any monarch's sword. His was not a world of mere parchment and pigment. It was a world of imagination taking form, of human curiosity breaking the skin of ancient certainties. In those pages of Leonardo's, half art, half prophecy, we glimpse not only a man, but an entire civilization on the cusp of transformation. For as he dreamed of flight, so too did Europe begin to rise from the chrysalis of its medieval past. Slowly, without collapse or catastrophe, without the mournful sound of kingdoms falling like dominoes, the medieval age was folding itself into history. Not with failure, but with a metamorphosis so extraordinary that it would shape the course of the world for centuries to come. This was not the end of a dark era, as later centuries would sometimes misremember it. It was the culmination of 1,000 years of memory, labor, belief, and blood. 1,000 winters passed since the last Roman emperors ruled the West. 1,000 springs since monasteries first echoed with the chants of Benedictine monks. Over those long centuries, cathedrals had risen like frozen prayers in stone, kings had risen and fallen, and Latin Christendom had carved out its peculiar place in the landscape of the world. And now, in the late 15th century, something ancient was giving way, but it did not vanish overnight. Europe was not burying its past, it was weaving it into a new tapestry. The new age retained the threads of the old, its languages, its laws, its memories, but those threads were being spun into a different pattern, one that even the wisest of medieval scholars could scarcely have foreseen. The Europe of 1498 was a land still steeped in the echoes of the medieval imagination. Castles still stood watch over river valleys, and noblemen still bore coats of arms emblazoned with lions and griffins. Pilgrims still trudged toward relics in far-off shrines, and peasants still sowed grain beneath the watchful eyes of landlords and saints. Yet beneath that familiar surface, the ground was shifting. In the cities, merchants counted coins, not just in gold, but in influence. Florence, Venice, Bruges. These were not merely towns, but engines of wealth and art and ambition. Trade routes twisted like vines across mountains and seas, bringing spices from the Indies, silks from the East, and ideas from every corner of the known world. Printing presses hummed in workshops, churning out books faster than monks could ever hope to copy them by hand. The Bible, once guarded in Latin like a secret, now whispered to people in their mother tongues. Knowledge was no longer the cloistered treasure of the few. It was spilling into streets and market stalls, into taverns and salons. Even the stars were stirring. Astronomers peered upward with questions once forbidden. Was the earth truly the center of all things? Or might we be adrift in something larger, more mysterious? The cosmos, once mapped by Aristotle and sanctified by Scripture, was beginning to blur at the edges, and those blurred edges beckoned. In courts and universities, the old scholastic arguments still echoed, but new voices were joining the chorus. Humanists, poets, architects, scientists. They looked backward to antiquity, not with medieval reverence, but with a Renaissance hunger, to imitate, to surpass, to rediscover the dignity and measure of man. Greek and Roman texts were pulled from dusty libraries and reborn in print. The wisdom of Plato and Cicero, Galen and Euclid flowed once more into European minds. But unlike in the days of old, these ideas were not cloistered. They were discussed in cafes, debated in letters, and even acted upon in policy. This was the paradox of the age, that the seeds of the modern world had grown in medieval soil. The feudal ties that once bound vassals to lords had begun to loosen. Monarchs, sensing the winds of change, were consolidating power in new ways. The patchwork of principalities and duchies was giving way to the outlines of something more coherent, kingdoms that aspired not only to rule land, but to define nations. Spain, newly united under Ferdinand and Isabella, had just sent Columbus westward across an ocean still feared by many. Portugal traced coastlines down to Africa and around toward India. France, England, and the Holy Roman Empire watched, calculated, and positioned themselves. This was not merely a geopolitical shift. It was a transformation of scale and vision. The world no longer ended at the edge of a map. It expanded outward into mythic seas and lands yet unnamed. The civilization taking shape in 1498 would not simply inherit the medieval mantle. It would wear it, reshape it, and eventually outgrow it. And in doing so, it would stretch its shadow across every continent, every ocean, every imagination. But in this moment, on the brink between centuries, the past still lingered like incense in a cathedral. The bells still told the hours of prayer. The festivals still marked the saints' days. In the countryside, time still moved with the rhythm of the seasons. The people who lived in these years did not think of themselves as stepping into modernity. They prayed, traded, fought, loved, and dreamed as people always had. Change, after all, does not announce itself. It creeps, it weaves, it accumulates. Yet something had indeed changed. A fisherman in Portugal might now dream of sailing to lands unknown. A scribe in Florence might now write with the conviction that his words could change minds beyond his city walls. A mason in France might now carve not only for the glory of God, but for the signature of his own name. Leonardo's sketches embodied this shift perfectly. Here was a man educated in the old ways, apprenticed, pious, trained in geometry and theology, and yet, in his mind, danced visions that transcended his time. Bicycles, helicopters, diving suits, artillery engines. He was a bridge between worlds, born of medieval craft, but driven by something profoundly new, a belief that observation, reason, and invention could unravel the workings of the world itself. It is no coincidence that this spirit, restless, curious, daring, emerged just as the medieval world completed its long journey. For the medieval age was not a time of stasis. It had always been a crucible of motion, migrations, crusades, reforms, renaissances, famines, plagues, and revivals. What ended in the 15th century was not movement, but a particular pattern of movement, a vision of the cosmos, of society, of man's place between heaven and earth. That vision, for all its depth and beauty, had reached its limit. The Europe that entered the 16th century still bore the genetic code of its medieval ancestor. It had not rejected its roots, it had been nourished by them. The Christian faith remained a pillar of life, though soon it would be shaken by reformers. The universities still taught Aristotle and Aquinas, though Copernicus and Galileo would soon challenge their worldview. The monarchs still anointed by divine right would, in time, give way to parliaments and revolutions. What would have Charlemagne thought, peering forward through the mists of time to see such a world? His Holy Roman Empire, once imagined as the rebirth of Rome, would soon fracture irreparably. He would have marveled at the cities, vast, teeming, alive with print and money and light. He might have found the new languages beautiful, and the loss of Latin lamentable. And Thomas Aquinas, whose careful theology once mapped the heavens to the human soul, how would he have felt to see science question the fixed spheres of the cosmos? Would he have rejoiced at the complexity of it, or shuddered at the uncertainty? And those anonymous chroniclers, whose ink had preserved tales of saints and miracles, of battles and genealogies, what would they make of this Europe, where reason began to displace revelation, and men dared to measure the stars without fear of heresy? Would they see it as triumph or betrayal? In truth, it was neither. It was evolution, a civilization turning the page not with disdain, but with reverence. 1,000 years of memory pressed like petals between the leaves of history. The faith that built cathedrals was still there, though it would face questions. The courage that faced down Viking raids was still there, though it would now sail beyond the horizon. By 1498, the story of medieval Europe had come to its natural close. Its lessons had been written, its virtues tested, its contradictions revealed. It had birthed a civilization that, having walked through darkness, risen from ruins, carved meaning in stone and parchment, was now ready to look outward and forward. The world that followed would be dazzling, brutal, brilliant, and terrible. It would conquer and enslave, invent and inspire. It would bring cathedrals and colosseums, steam engines and atom bombs. But it would never again be the same. The 1,000-year span from Rome's fall to the edge of modernity was complete. The sun was setting on one age, and with it, a new dawn, uncertain and vast, began to rise. The modern world was about to begin. And then there's the old Norumbega map, drawn in the early 1500s, tucked away in some weathered archive, quietly whispering of something odd. It shows a circular structure, round, deliberate, nestled near where modern Newport, Rhode Island, sits today. It predates the official story of the Newport Tower by decades. This image, small and unassuming, has stirred a quiet dissonance among those who care to look closer. What if the tower wasn't built by colonists at all? What if it was already standing when they arrived, its presence simply folded into the new narrative, renamed, repurposed, overwritten, as conquerors have done across time? The idea is not new. For years, some have traced its stones back through a different lineage, one far removed from colonial mills and English governors. So let's tug once more at the thread of the Knights Templar. If, as the controversial Zeno narrative suggests, Henry Sinclair, Earl of Orkney, a man of peculiar reach and rumored secrets, really did land in Nova Scotia in 1398, then perhaps he didn't stop there. If he and his companions followed the coastline southward, as sailors would naturally do, they would have found Newport. Calm waters, a natural harbor, mild climate, fertile land. A place perfect not for conquest, but for symbolism. Not for living, but for remembering. The Templars, after all, were not ordinary builders. They encoded meaning into stone the way others wrote scripture. To them, architecture was an act of prayer. Angles and alignments, apertures and placements, nothing was arbitrary. A chapel was not merely a shelter for worship, it was a cipher, a geometric offering. Each wall, each keystone, was part of a larger cosmology. Their structures, spanning from Europe to the Holy Land, resonate with sacred geometry, astronomical precision, and symbolic symmetry. So what if the Newport Tower wasn't a colonial windmill at all? What if it was a chapel, not for public ceremony, but for quiet contemplation, a beacon not of political power, but spiritual presence, something meant to endure quietly until the right eyes noticed? One curious feature fuels this notion, a small circular hole carved into one of the tower's columns. It's not decorative, it's aligned. On a particular day each year, a shaft of sunlight pierces through that hole and lands on a precise spot within the structure. It behaves less like a window and more like a key, unlocking a moment of illumination. The effect is uncannily similar to ancient solar observatories. Think of Newgrange, or the alignments at Stonehenge, or the sacred apertures carved into the bones of Gnostic or Druidic temples. This isn't how one builds a windmill. It's how one marks the passage of celestial time. And yet, there are no documents recording the tower's construction, no plans, no bills of materials, no orders or correspondence. Its origin is an administrative ghost. Governor Benedict Arnold, the man most often credited in later stories, never claimed to have built it. In his will, written decades after its supposed construction, He refers to it not as a project or a possession, but as a landmark, something already there, something assumed, something inherited. So here we are, staring at a structure that fits nowhere neatly. It's not quite colonial. It's not quite medieval. But it is unquestionably deliberate. It refuses to conform to simple categories. And like so many Templar mysteries, the evidence isn't overwhelming. It never is. But it's just enough, just suggestive enough, to keep the door ajar. A symbol here, a detail there, a silence too loud to ignore. The ambiguity itself feels intentional. Was the Newport Tower a sacred anchor, placed by men following an esoteric tradition across an ocean? A quiet chapel built for memory, not for congregation? Or was it somehow a mere windmill, one that just happens to mirror medieval church forms, align with celestial events, and appear on maps before it was supposedly constructed? The truth resists simplicity. It lives somewhere between skepticism and wonder, between architectural history and spiritual geometry. But stone remembers, it endures, and it doesn't need to shout. Sometimes it whispers, a low murmur of purpose through a window aligned to the sun, a draft circling in a place that shouldn't exist at all. It begins again, as stories often do, with the scrape of a plow against something unexpected. The year is 1898, a farm near Kensington, Minnesota. A man named Olaf Oman is clearing a patch of stubborn land, felling trees, dragging brush, preparing soil. His plow catches on something, stone. Not a random rock or boulder, but a rectangular slab, flat, heavy, carved. At first, it seems like a curiosity, an old Scandinavian keepsake, maybe. But then someone reads it. The markings are runes, angular, ancient-looking, Scandinavian in flavor. The translation is stunning. It tells of a journey, of a group of Norse explorers, 8 Geats and 22 Norwegians, venturing far inland. 10 are already dead. The survivors are carving this message, marking their presence, telling whoever might find it that they came here in the year 1362. It reads like a warning, a record of tragedy. And if true, it would change everything, because 1362 is more than a century before Columbus set sail, more than 130 years before any Englishman even dreamt of Plymouth Rock. The implication is staggering. Norsemen not only reached North America's interior, but did so with enough purpose to carve their story into stone. They weren't just hugging coastlines. They were navigating rivers, threading through forests, perhaps even establishing routes across an unknown continent. Almost immediately, the runestone becomes a source of both fascination and fury. Critics claim it's a hoax, carved by Oman himself, maybe for fun, maybe for fame. They point to linguistic oddities. The runes don't match any single historic system. Some are old, some are too modern. The grammar is off. The phrasing feels theatrical, almost staged. And yet, the stone won't go away. Over the decades, it is examined again and again by linguists, geologists, archaeologists, and passionate amateurs. Opinions split violently. Dismissals meet rebuttals. Some argue the runes represent a transitional dialect, a mix of medieval Swedish and Norwegian, perhaps the kind of linguistic blend you might find among isolated Scandinavian communities in Greenland or Iceland. In other words, a dialect that had no formal grammar but evolved naturally, orally, without preservation. That alone doesn't prove the stone is authentic. But it does soften the blow of the linguistic critiques. Then there's the matter of weathering. Geologists have tested the surface, studying oxidation, lichen growth, mineral staining. Some claim the erosion is too deep, too complex, to be just 100 years old. Others disagree. The rock becomes a battleground of technicalities. Still, it refuses to be dismissed. And then, like in all good mysteries, a strange symbol emerges. Among the carvings is something anomalous, a letter not quite a rune, not quite Latin. It's been called the hooked X. It appears in place of the letter A in certain words. But this hooked X is not known from Viking runestones. It's not part of the standard Futhark alphabet. Instead, it turns up in other places, very different places. Early Christian iconography, Masonic documents, alleged Templar manuscripts. Researchers who support the Templar theory claim the hooked X represents a sacred union, the fusion of male and female, of heaven and earth, a symbol of balance, a cipher of secret wisdom passed quietly from mystic tradition to mystic tradition. Its appearance on the Kensington Runestone has sparked enormous debate. Is it just a coincidence, an ornamental flourish, or something more, a signature? If we pull again on the Henry Sinclair thread, the timeline starts to feel less outrageous. 1362 is 36 years before Sinclair's supposed voyage to Nova Scotia. Could the stone be evidence that others came first? A scouting party? A group of Norse Templars bearing old knowledge, following older routes, seeking something inland? The stone's inscription doesn't boast. It mourns. 10 dead. The tone is somber. Not the glee of discovery, but the weight of survival. The survivors say they carved the message to be found. It wasn't hidden. It was preserved. Left in place not as a trophy, but as a record. They came not as conquerors, but as something else. Travelers. Perhaps seekers, bearing items of strange metal and curious symbols. They didn't stay long. Some say they built structures, left objects behind, carved symbols into stone, and then moved on. These visitors didn't wage war. They offered gifts. They observed the land and sometimes asked questions about the stars. They were different from the later waves of Europeans. They weren't hungry for land, nor did they bring chains. They seemed to have a purpose, but it wasn't conquest. It was as if they were following a map, one not drawn on parchment, but written in constellations, ley lines, or prophecy. Further west, among the Dakota and the Ojibwe, elders speak of similar tales. Men who traveled up rivers, who came with reverence and caution. Some stories describe strange tools, unfamiliar dialects, and most peculiarly, symbols carved into stones in places no local would bother to mark. These aren't stories that stand alone. They echo one another across tribes, despite great distances. The curious consistency, especially in the way the visitors are described, not just as outsiders, but as spiritually marked, is what makes the stories so difficult to dismiss. Take the Mandan people, for example. Early American explorers noted their unusually light features: gray eyes, lighter skin, even hints of red and blonde hair. Of course, some of that could be attributed to natural genetic variation. But the Mandan oral history speaks of their ancestors meeting people from across the ocean. Men with facial hair who built round shelters, and seemed as surprised by the land as the people living on it. The Mandan didn't describe this meeting as a catastrophe. They described it as an event, a moment, a crossing of paths. Skeptics will point out that oral tradition is fluid. Stories evolve, names shift, meanings blur. But oral traditions also have an extraordinary ability to preserve key themes over centuries. Details may be embroidered, but truths remain. And when you start hearing those truths repeated, from Maine to Minnesota to the Missouri River, you start to wonder whether the origin of those tales lies not in myth, but in memory. Now imagine you are one of those travelers, arriving on shores you've only dreamed of. Perhaps your voyage wasn't sanctioned. Perhaps you fled persecution in your homeland. Or maybe you came seeking something buried not in gold or glory, but in truth. You follow rivers into the vast interior, navigating by stars and animal paths. You encounter people who do not attack you, but who watch you carefully, assessing your spirit, your intentions. You communicate through signs, through offerings, through ceremony. And perhaps you leave behind more than just footprints. Perhaps you leave behind a message. Some believe those messages endure, not just in stones like the Kensington Runestone, but in petroglyphs scattered across the continent. In Westford, Massachusetts, for instance, there's a rock carving. Some claim shows a medieval knight, his sword partially buried in the stone, his features eroded, but his presence undeniable. Critics call it pareidolia, the tendency to see patterns where none exist. But others aren't so sure. The carving seems too structured, too deliberate. And nearby, again, the hooked X. The theory that the Templars, or their spiritual successors, journeyed to the Americas before Columbus has always lived on the fringe. It's too big, too disruptive. It shifts the entire narrative of who we are, who we thought we were. But what if that theory isn't fantasy? What if it's a fragment of a forgotten truth, buried not because it was false, but because it was inconvenient? We know the Templars were disbanded under dubious circumstances. We know many vanished. We know some fled to Scotland, to Portugal, possibly farther. We know they were obsessed with secrecy, with knowledge encoded in symbol and stone. Is it so implausible that they would look westward across the great ocean for a sanctuary, a new temple? This brings us to one of the most enigmatic features of the supposed Templar transatlantic theory, the correlation between sacred geometry in Old World structures and similar alignments found in unexpected places in North America. Ancient structures in Europe, cathedrals, chapels, and even Templar commanderies, are built with uncanny precision. Angles, distances, and alignments often correspond with celestial bodies. Now compare that to certain stone sites in New England and the Midwest. Sites that align with solstices, equinoxes, lunar standstills, concepts not native to colonial American builders. Who taught them? Where did they learn? Was there a lineage of knowledge passed not through books, but through stone? Some of these sites, America's Stonehenge in New Hampshire, the Gunjiwamp Complex in Connecticut, are often dismissed as colonial root cellars. But no farmer needed to align his potato cellar to the summer solstice. These alignments suggest purpose beyond function. Again, we return to the idea of the spiritual lighthouse, not a church, not a temple in the modern sense, but a marker, a tuning fork, if you will, resonating with energy, aligning with heaven and earth. That's how the Templars thought. That's how they built. Now layer onto that the stories of the native peoples, visitors arriving with reverence, marking the land, departing without war. Stones left behind bearing impossible dates, carved in forgotten tongues, carrying forgotten meanings. It's as though we've inherited the ruins of a forgotten conversation. This is not to say every stone or legend is evidence. Some may indeed be hoaxes, others coincidence. But when enough puzzle pieces start to suggest the shape of something coherent, we must resist the urge to look away. The pieces invite attention. They ask us to look again. And so, we find ourselves staring once more at the Newport Tower, the Kensington Runestone, the hooked X, the carved knight in Westford, the spirit pond stones, and now the oral traditions of the First Nations, all threads in a strange, delicate tapestry, not woven in sequence, but layered, spiraled, cyclical. Perhaps the story isn't linear. Perhaps it's fractal. Those who seek definitive proof may be disappointed. These mysteries do not unfold in straight lines. They spiral. They demand not just analysis, but intuition, not just reason, but imagination. Because truth, especially ancient truth, often refuses to play by modern rules. As we come closer to the end of this exploration, what are we left with? A handful of stones, a recurring symbol, a scattering of stories passed down in whispers, a structure that shouldn't be there, and a timeline that strains under the weight of new questions. Was America discovered before it was discovered? Not by kings and armies, but by quiet seekers, monks, mystics, outcasts, people whose purpose was not to claim, but to remember, to preserve. Maybe they were Templars, maybe they were Norse. Maybe they were something else entirely. Custodians of a sacred tradition that predates even the Templars. The evidence does not coalesce into a confession. It does not shout. It whispers. It curls like the arm of the hooked X, subtle, deliberate, defiant. And maybe, just maybe, it's waiting for someone to connect the dots, to see the echo in the stone, to follow the curve of a forgotten letter, waiting for someone willing to listen, not to the noise of established history, but to the silence underneath it. Because in the silence, where no textbooks speak and no museums claim authority, something lingers, a trace, a signature left by those who came before and who knew, somehow, that we would be watching, that we would be wondering, that we would be ready to ask again, not just who discovered America, but who remembered it. Others, however, saw something more deliberate. Over the decades, rubbings and enhanced photographs have been taken, and several independent researchers have outlined the same humanoid shape with surprising consistency. That level of pattern recognition across different observers, using different techniques, isn't easily dismissed as mere illusion. Local tradition in Westford, too, maintains the story of the night. It's passed along in quiet murmurs, treated not quite as fact, but certainly not dismissed either. It's the kind of local legend that nestles deep into community identity, part folklore, part fragile truth, and always on the edge of the explainable. That ambiguity is, in many ways, what gives the Westford night its power. It sits just beyond certainty, just past the reach of the historical record, a carved whisper from another time. But as with all mysteries, you begin to notice connections. You recall the hooked X, the oral traditions, the Newport Tower, and suddenly the Westford night doesn't feel like an isolated anomaly. It becomes part of a pattern, a breadcrumb in a quiet trail that winds across the Northeast and into the center of the continent. If these stories, carvings, and symbols are real, and if they're all connected, then we're not just looking at individual mysteries. We're staring at a shadow history, one where explorers came not to conquer, but to observe, to study, to leave behind signs for those who would follow. This brings us to one of the strangest, most debated clues of all, the so-called Narragansett runestone, submerged and visible only during extremely low tides in the waters off Rhode Island. This stone is etched with runic characters that many believe to be Norse. For decades, it sat in obscurity, known only to locals and passing fishermen. Then, researchers began examining it, comparing the characters to Scandinavian alphabets, and the theories exploded. If the runes are authentic, it places Norse or Norse-influenced individuals in coastal Rhode Island. A full day's journey south of where Norse landings have traditionally been considered plausible. This stretches the boundary of known Viking navigation, forcing us to consider that not only did they reach Newfoundland, but they may have hugged the coastline farther than previously believed. Skeptics immediately suggested the Narragansett stone was a hoax, carved in recent centuries by mischief makers or amateur antiquarians. But here's the twist. No one has come forward to claim authorship. And with modern hoaxes, there's usually a paper trail, a confession, or a record of the prank. This stone has none of that. It simply appeared, or more accurately, was revealed, already there, waiting. It, too, has a strange quiet about it, a refusal to explain itself. The runes are not standard. Some are clear, others ambiguous, and the syntax, if it is Norse, is strange. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's fake. It could mean it's old, older than the standardization of runic writing. Or it could mean it comes from a hybrid tradition, one that blended Norse, Gothic, and perhaps Templar coding. Because if this theory holds, that the Templars, having absorbed knowledge from multiple traditions, used a mix of languages and symbols, then what we're seeing isn't broken language. It's encrypted meaning. That's what ties all these artifacts and stories together. A suggestion that someone came to these shores with a purpose, and not the purpose we've been taught to expect. Not conquest, not trade, not colonization, but something more nuanced, something secretive, something sacred. It's not just physical artifacts. There's a deeper resonance in some of the land itself. Certain alignments of stone circles, mounds, and megalithic structures scattered across the Northeast have been measured and found to line up with solar and lunar events, solstices, equinoxes, and eclipses. Who built them? The official story says native peoples, and that's almost certainly true. But there are anomalies in construction, stone shaping techniques, alignments, and even rock types that don't always fit known indigenous patterns. Some researchers have gone as far as to suggest collaboration, that these sacred sites were built with knowledge shared between ancient visitors and native inhabitants, a kind of cultural exchange that left no written trace but echoes still in stone and soil. It's a provocative idea, and a dangerous one if misused, but it opens a path for interpretation that doesn't demand erasure of native agency. In fact, it enhances it. It suggests that indigenous peoples were not passive recipients of contact, but active participants in something much more profound. The stories of these sites, these stones, and these symbols suggest not a conquest, but a quiet encounter. a respectful entry into another world. It implies travelers who listened before speaking, who learned before teaching, who left signs not to dominate, but to be discovered. That's what the Templar theory circles around. Not military conquest or political mission, but spiritual quest, a journey to protect something, to hide knowledge, or perhaps to plant seeds of something that would only grow centuries later. We have no proof, only fragments, carvings, oral histories, architectural echoes. But when seen together, they form the outline of something enormous. Imagine the implications. If explorers crossed the Atlantic a century before Columbus and left behind not just footprints, but philosophy, symbolic markers, encoded teachings, partnerships with native cultures, then the American story changes at its root. Not just who came first, but why they came, and what they did when they arrived. These early visitors didn't redraw Maw or conquer capitals. They etched symbols into rocks, shared quiet rites, built towers aligned with stars, and then disappeared back into the sea or the forests. Their presence was ephemeral by design, intended not to be recognized immediately, but rediscovered when the time was right. That is perhaps the most Templar-like aspect of all. The belief in sacred timing, in prophecy, in hidden light, revealed only when the world is ready. If the Kensington Stone, the Westford Knight, the Newport Tower, the Narragansett Rune, and the oral traditions all point in the same direction, then what we're looking at isn't an accident. It's a pattern, a map, a coded message from another age. And if that's true, then the real treasure they left behind wasn't gold or land or power. It was a question, one that we're only just beginning to ask. What is truth? And who gets to tell it? Is history a fixed record, or is it something more alive, like a current under the surface, waiting to rise? Every artifact, every story, every whispered legend becomes part of a great puzzle. And the moment you start seeing them not as oddities, but as intentional signals, the world shifts. You start to notice how the past flickers in the present, how an X carved into stone can carry an entire philosophy, how a crumbling tower can bend sunlight in sacred geometry, how memory lives in the names we no longer question: Newport, Sinclair, Kensington. They left signs, not shouts, not declarations, but hints. And it falls to us to listen closely, to read the curves, the hooks, the spaces between the lines. Because if they were here, and if they left their mark, then it wasn't for glory or power. It was for those willing to see. And perhaps That's the greatest mystery of all. Not whether they came, but whether we're ready to remember. There are those who insist the carving was tampered with. They claim it was enhanced during the 20th century, perhaps even chiseled anew to resemble the figure someone wanted to see. It's an understandable suspicion. History, especially history without documentation, invites projection. The moment something can't explain itself, someone else steps in to do it for it. But context matters, and this particular stone offers precious little. No armor has ever been found nearby. No bones, no ceremonial weapons, no tools or relics that might help date the scene or confirm its narrative. Just a solitary rock sitting quietly beneath the New England trees, bearing the faint impression of a silhouette. And for many, that simply isn't enough. Not enough to rewrite the books. Not enough to propose voyages across oceans. Not enough to shake the firm ground of established history. Still, before we discard it as forgery or fantasy, it's worth slowing down. If the carving is ancient, as some claim, then it has endured centuries of harsh Massachusetts weather. Long winters, rains and floods, the grinding of ice, the scorching heat of summer, moss and mold, roots pushing up from beneath. In that climate, even deep carvings would erode over time. They'd blur, lose clarity, become vague shadows of their former forms. So the very fact that anything remains visible at all, that any shape can still be discerned, even in outline, is, frankly, remarkable. And if this were a modern hoax, a recent engraving, wouldn't we expect the lines to be sharper, more confident, more deliberate? Hoaxes tend to shout. This stone whispers. Then there's another layer, one easy to miss unless you're paying very close attention. Ownership. The land where this carving resides was once managed by families with known Masonic affiliations, a fact that floats at the edge of the story like a distant bell, ringing faintly. That could be mere coincidence. After all, Masonic families are not rare in New England, but in a narrative filled with secret societies, hidden symbols, and quiet continuities across centuries, the coincidence feels almost too neat. It doesn't scream conspiracy. It doesn't prove anything, but it raises a brow. Consider also this. When the carving was first recorded by early surveyors, long before modern theories about Templars in America took root, they didn't call it a statue or a settler, a soldier or an explorer. They called it a knight. That word matters. Words always matter. They carry associations, images, inheritances. A knight implies chivalry, armor, a sword, a code. Why use that term unless something in the posture, the shape, the carving's design whispered of medieval Europe? And more evidence lingers in a fragile format, an old rubbing made in the 1950s. The technique, now considered antiquated, was once a common way of preserving carvings before photography became accessible. That rubbing, made decades ago, reveals details that have since faded. The helmet was clearer then. The orientation of the body made more sense. The sword stood out more distinctly. The image, in its former clarity, matched stylistic features consistent with Scottish armor from the 14th century. That's not something an average forger in rural Massachusetts would have known in 1930 or even 1950. Medieval Scottish armor wasn't widely understood by the public back then. It wasn't taught in local schools or readily referenced in books. And yet, the details match. Which brings us to the sword and to a symbol. Near the hilt is a geometric shape. It doesn't look like much at first. A cross. But not just any cross. The more you see it, the more familiar it becomes. It mirrors a symbol that appears again and again across centuries and continents, in the margins of illuminated manuscripts, on the walls of crumbling European chapels, etched into stone sarcophagi of the Holy Land, the Templar cross, equal armed, sometimes flared at the ends, sometimes enclosed in a circle, always precise, always intentional. And in this carving, it is right where you'd expect it to be, if this was not just a statue, but a memorial, a grave marker, a knight fallen in foreign soil, buried not with fanfare, but with symbols, remembered not with a name, but with geometry, not for us, perhaps, but for those who already knew what to look for. Still, the open question lingers. Even if the carving is real, if it's ancient, if it predates colonial settlement, does it prove a voyage? Does it prove the Knights Templar came to America? No, not definitively. But it contributes to something larger, a pattern, a mosaic of anomalies that, taken individually, can be dismissed as accidents, hoaxes, misinterpretations. A carving here, a tower there, a gravestone, a symbol, a story passed down through generations. Each one alone feels like a curiosity, interesting, but not persuasive. But taken together, they begin to resonate. A quiet chorus, a hum of possibility. Think about what we've already seen, but some of these stones refuse to be forgotten. They whisper instead of scream. Their messages aren't shouted in inscriptions or explained in epitaphs. They're encoded, quiet signals in carved stone, waiting for someone fluent in the old language to read them. In New England cemeteries, especially the older ones, you sometimes find markers that don't quite belong. Their language is different, their geometry peculiar. Some are carved with an obsessive symmetry, the kind of precision that doesn't suggest decoration, but meaning. Others are marked with crosses, yet not Latin crosses, not Celtic or Greek. They bear that same equal-armed form, sometimes flared at the edges, sometimes enclosed in a circle. You've seen it before. The Templar cross, a shape that recurs like a refrain, in stone, in manuscript, in whispered legend. We were taught, of course, that the Templars didn't make it to America, that they were disbanded in the 14th century, persecuted, scattered, erased. But these gravestones suggest something else. Not resurrection, but survival. Quiet endurance. A tradition carried not in grand cathedrals, but in small farmland chapels, family plots hidden behind dry stone walls, secret rituals held beneath new skies. One stone in Windham County, Connecticut, dates back to the early 1700s. Its name and date are unremarkable, but at its center, deeply and carefully carved, is that craw, equal-armed, inside a square. Above it, faint now, is what might be a hooked X. No colonial Christian denomination used these symbols. No records mention them. And yet, here they are, preserved in stone by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. These aren't isolated. You'll find them scattered across Vermont, Massachusetts, even Virginia. Their presence isn't explained by official history. Local guides dismiss them as Masonic flair. But Freemasonry in early America had its own clear symbols: compass and square, the all-seeing eye. These Templar symbols are different. They're quieter, older, as if preserved by a deeper, more hidden tradition. A belief system not public, but ancestral. And that leads us, inevitably, back to Freemasonry itself. By the 18th century, Masonic lodges were thriving in the colonies. Some of the men buried beneath these marked stones were known Masons. Their descendants say as much. But what if Masonry inherited something even older? What if these families weren't just part of a fraternity, but guardians of a lineage? A cemetery in Newport, Rhode Island, near the enigmatic tower we've discussed, holds a particularly striking example. A gravestone bears a Latin phrase, et in Arcadia ego. Even in Arcadia, I am. It's a poetic reference to death, yes. But it's also a nod to secret knowledge, recurring in Templar art and Rosicrucian manuscripts. Below it sits a compass rose. Beside it, that same cross. Coincidence? Perhaps. But it's beginning to look more like continuity. Some graves align astronomically, not dramatically, like Stonehenge, but subtly. Solstice sunsets, equinox sunrises. Others are laid out in geometric patterns, pentagons, compass roses, sacred grids. They serve no practical purpose for the cemetery. They don't match the landscape, but they match something else: intention. Historians caution us not to jump to conclusions. Symbols migrate, patterns emerge from chaos, cultural motifs get recycled. And yes, many of these graves belong to families of Scottish or Portuguese origin, regions often linked to Templar survival theories. But that only adds to the question: why those families? Why those symbols? Why here? And perhaps the most difficult question of all: what were they trying to say? Or more hauntingly, who were they trying to reach? Why these shapes? That's the lingering question. Did these families understand what they were keeping alive? Or were they repeating traditions half remembered, passing down symbols simply because that's how it had always been done? Either way, the outcome is identical. Early American gravestones are marked with symbols older than Protestantism, older even than the colonies themselves. They whisper of a presence unspoken, a memory deliberately guarded. Whether etched by descendants of Templar explorers or Masonic keepers of forgotten truths, these stones are not merely tributes to lives lost. They are signposts, markers on a hidden path, a trail that winds through woodlands and fields, across maps and into myths, hinting at an American story just beneath the surface. So, the next time you pass an old cemetery, stop. Not for the names, but for the markings, the angles, the stars, the strange crosses that don't quite belong. Because some stones grieve the dead, and others protect the truth. Just off Nova Scotia's shore, where icy tides churn through Mahone Bay, and sea mist lingers like a breath long forgotten, lies a quiet, wooded island, unremarkable to the casual onlooker. No high cliffs, no broken fortresses, no landmarks begging for attention. And yet, Oak Island may be the most dug, obsessed over, and theorized plot of land in the Western world. Because legend, and a devoted army of treasure hunters, claims it holds a secret. And some believe that secret traces back to the Knights Templar. The tale begins in 1795, when a teenager named Daniel McInnes wandered onto the island and noticed a curious dip in the ground beneath an old oak. Its limb, now rotted, held what looked like a pulley or hoisting rig, as though something had once been lowered or raised beneath it. He and a few friends began to dig. 10 feet down, they struck flagstones. Another 10 feet, a layer of oak logs. Then again, at 30, each tier laid with unsettling precision, as though someone had buried something and then didn't want it found. What they'd uncovered was the top of what would become known as the Money Pit, a shaft over 100 feet deep, lined with traps, flood tunnels, and baffling construction far beyond the skill of any farmer or pirate. In the centuries since, dozens of teams have tried to unlock its mystery. They've poured in millions, drilled endless shafts, erected cofferdams, and used sonar, seismic scans, and magnetometers. Yet the island remains silent. So, what's the link to the Templars? First, the engineering. The seawater tunnels feeding the pit are finely crafted, packed with coconut fiber, and end in a 5-finger formation beneath Smith's Cove. These aren't crude pirate tricks. They demonstrate a level of maritime and architectural insight that feels foreign to colonial Nova Scotia. But perhaps not to the Templars, experts in fortress building, aqueducts, and sacred geometry used to construct both sanctuaries and strongholds. Second, the symbols. Across the island and nearby shores are carvings, stones etched with crosses, triangles, compasses, linked to Masonic and Templar iconography. One stone, found 90 feet deep in the Money Pit, bore a now lost inscription. The supposed translation? 40 feet below, 2 million pounds are buried. But more compelling than the text were the symbols, echoes of ciphers from early Masonic lodges and encrypted Templar writings. The message wasn't literal. It was coded, written for those who held the key. And then there's the Rosicrucian theory. Some scholars suggest that the Rosicrucians, a secretive society tied to alchemy and Templar mysticism, may have inherited ancient knowledge, hiding it on Oak Island as a sanctuary. In that case, the pit wasn't just a vault. It was a rite, a test, built not just to defend, but to symbolize. Every level, a descent, not only into earth, but into initiation. Still, skeptics highlight the absence of concrete proof. No confirmed Templar relics, no armor, no manuscripts, no Holy Grail. But maybe that's intentional. Maybe what was hidden wasn't a thing, but an idea. A record, a truth so profound it could have altered the fate of kingdoms. One of the strangest and most compelling Templar links is in New Ross, a small town nearby, where stone foundations and alignment lines appear to mirror Templar structures in Portugal and southern France. The site, nicknamed the Foundations, includes a stone well, compass-aligned axes, and underground tunnels that, some argue, once reached Oak Island. If true, it suggests the pit wasn't isolated, but one node in a broader system, a refuge, a final fortress. But who exactly were they hiding from? If the Templars escaped Europe carrying relics, scrolls, or truths, they'd have needed a place outside the reach of kings and popes. Nova Scotia, remote and untouched, was ideal. Even the name New Scotland may hint at Sinclair's voyage. Oak Island, small, secluded, defensible, would be a natural vault. Now, consider the engineering again. Excavations have found French drains, stone water control systems, beneath the swamp. There are underground chambers, lined with clay, plus scraps of parchment, bits of leather, and tiny, marked fragments of metal. Nothing conclusive, but everything suggestive. So we're left asking, was Oak Island a treasure cache? Or something else entirely? Maybe there's no gold. Maybe what lies buried is knowledge, a Templar chronicle, a lost scripture, a record that threatened the Church's official narrative. And if so, then the pit was never meant to be opened. It was designed to shield. Some even believe the Templars foresaw every future dig, that the traps, the decoys, the layered intricacies weren't just defenses against thieves, but a test, a measure of intent, that only the truly wise, the truly aware, would know when to stop excavating and begin understanding. Because maybe the truth of Oak Island isn't buried at the bottom of a shaft. Maybe it's been waiting in plain sight all along. But before we accept that the Templars reached the Americas, we have to answer a simple but critical question. One skeptics love to ask, often with a smug grin. Even if they wanted to. Could they have done it? Could 14th century knights, fugitives no less, sail across the Atlantic without modern compasses, without charts, without engines or steel ships? Could they, with parchment and stars alone, have made their way to a distant shore? The answer isn't just yes, it's that others probably did. As with all journeys, we begin with the sea. The Atlantic is massive, yes, but it's not empty. It's ruled by currents, powerful rivers within the ocean that follow consistent, reliable paths. The one that matters most here? The North Atlantic Drift, part of the Gulf Stream. It flows west from Europe, past the Azores, and straight toward the eastern coast of North America. A fluid highway. Mariners in the Middle Ages may not have grasped the science, but they knew the rhythm. They felt it beneath their hulls. They counted the days. Some even composed verses about it. Templar-linked ships, especially those under Portuguese protection after the order fell, possessed advanced nautical insight. These weren't basic boats. These were sturdy, ocean-going vessels. The Order of Christ, which inherited Templar wealth, backed voyages that sparked Portugal's golden age of discovery. And who else was tied to that order? Prince Henry the Navigator. He wasn't just nobility. He was its grand master. Now picture this. A secretive order of seasoned mariners, former Templars or their heirs, setting sail from Portugal or the western coast of France. They wouldn't aim blindly into the vast Atlantic. Instead, they'd follow a known path, one the Norse had traced centuries earlier. Portugal to the Azores, Azores to Iceland, Iceland to Greenland, and from there to North America. This wasn't guesswork. It was a navigable route, seasonally used by Norse explorers who once settled Greenland and even reached Vinland. Each leg of the journey offered solid landfall. 14th century ships may have lacked engines, but they were far from fragile. Vessels like the Carack and Caravel were fitted with lateen sails, offering agility and the capacity to sail against the wind. These ships could span oceans, and the navigators aboard them weren't lost at sea. Medieval sailors employed celestial navigation, dead reckoning, and coastal piloting. The astrolabe was already in their hands. So was the quadrant. Even without instruments, a skilled seafarer could gauge direction by sun, stars, and the feel of ocean swells. Polynesians had done it. So had the Norse. Why not the Templars? Some compelling clues surface in port records and maritime lore. In La Rochelle, once a Templar stronghold in France, stories tell of ships that vanished during the crackdown of 1307. No wreckage, no sails drifting ashore, just gone. Could they have sailed west, seeking sanctuary beyond papal reach? These were men trained in secrecy. They maintained safe houses, covert routes, and hidden harbors. Disappearing over the horizon wasn't just possible. It was their specialty. Then there's the matter of strange European maps that hinted at a Western continent well before Columbus. The Dulcert map from 1339. The Pizzigano chart of 1424. Both show islands and territories unaccounted for in the eastern Atlantic, aligning uncannily with what lies to the west. Places like Estatoland and Roilo appear, sometimes populated by mysterious figures, sometimes empty, but always implying a knowledge that official history hadn't yet acknowledged. These weren't Templar maps per se, but they emerged from places with deep Templar roots. Venice, Majorca, Portugal. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe word of a Western land had already circulated among those who knew how to listen. The Templars once maintained a communication network tighter than most medieval kingdoms. Banking, courier systems, encrypted routes. If a voyage west had been charted in secret, it could have been passed down discreetly for generations. Which brings us back to the ships. If the Templar fleet vanished from La Rochelle and headed west, they wouldn't have gone alone. They would have carried people, supplies, and a plan. A long-haul expedition needs infrastructure. Could a fleet of ships disappear into the Atlantic and survive? Not only is it plausible, it already happened. That's how Norse settlers left Iceland and built communities in Greenland. They stayed for centuries. The hard truth is that history remembers only what the powerful choose to record. If the Templars did reach North America, and if their journey was spiritual rather than colonial, it wouldn't have entered the European annals. Their presence would live on in whispers, in ruins, in symbols carved in stone, still waiting to be understood. And we shouldn't overlook what's embedded in their architecture. Consider Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, built by the Sinclair family. Some claim its stonework includes carvings of North American plants, corn, and aloe, long before such species were known in Europe. Some believe Rosslyn encodes a map of the heavens, guiding both physical and spiritual voyages. Others see proportions that reflect global coordinates, sacred geometry, and perhaps even transatlantic pathways. For the Templars, geometry wasn't just a tool, it was devotion. Every measurement, every angle was sacred. In that light, the ocean was not a barrier. It was a medium, something to cross, not to fear. So, could they have made it? Absolutely. The ships were real. The navigational skill existed. The route was known. And the motive? That was perhaps the strongest of all. Whether they reached Nova Scotia or New England, whether they built towers or etched messages into stone, we'll dive deeper into that ahead. For now, it's enough to know. The path was there. All it needed was someone bold enough to take it. If you stand atop the wind-beaten cliffs of Nova Scotia's southern coast, staring across the gray Atlantic, you might feel it. Something older than the sea spray, colder than the wind. Nova Scotia keeps its secrets close. But if the legends hold any truth, one of those secrets made landfall here in 1398, when Henry Sinclair, Earl of Orkney, stepped ashore. The Zeno narrative, that half-credible, half-dismissed source we examined earlier, tells the tale. Sinclair crossed the Atlantic with a fleet, guided by the Venetian Zeno brothers, seasoned in northern waters. After passing Greenland, they continued west, eventually reaching a land described as rich with forests and teeming with rivers and game. The people, they wrote, were unfamiliar, but not hostile, and the land didn't match any part of Europe. If their route followed the North Atlantic drift, as seems likely, that land would be present-day Nova Scotia. This is where the evidence gets physical. Near the town of Guysborough, carved into stone along the province's south shore, is a set of petroglyphs. They show tall ships with square sails and men in long robes. Some say they're monks, others knights. But what they're clearly not is indigenous. The lines, the proportions, they speak a different artistic dialect. One carving shows a cross, Not the typical Latin cross, but an equal-armed one with flared ends. A cross that appears in Templar imagery. Now, could these carvings have been made after later European contact? Of course, but their weathering suggests age, centuries of exposure, and they're not on the coast, but tucked away deep in the woods, far from colonial settlements. Hidden. Not far from there, another curiosity lies. The site locals call the Temple. Discovered in the mid-19th century, it's a collapsed foundation of stone. Amateur archaeologists claimed its layout matched that of a Templar preceptory, a fortified chapel and residence. The structure faced east, its stones arranged with geometric precision, with signs of a crypt beneath the central chamber. The Mi'kmaq oral tradition recalls pale-robed men who once came, built stone houses in the forest, then vanished, never returning. Skeptics say these were remnants of early settlers, French or British. But no documentation of such buildings exists. And the construction methods? They don't fit 17th or 18th century colonial norms. The stonework is dry-laid, astronomically aligned, and arranged in golden ratio proportions, not exactly the standard for fur traders. And here's an obscure but chilling detail. In 2002, during an excavation near Oak Island, yes, that tangled knot of secrets we explored earlier, a fragment of stone was found bearing a carving of a knight's face. The facial style was Celtic. The armor design, distinctly 14th century. It bore no identifying marks, but researchers familiar with Scottish funerary art noted its resemblance to carvings from the Orkneys, the very land Sinclair ruled. And then, of course, there are the place names. In Nova Scotia, we find names like New Ross, which may or may not be connected to Rosslyn. We find Glen titles, Gaelic traces, and echoes of Old World surnames that predate formal Scottish colonization. While this could simply reflect the later influx of Scottish immigrants in the 18th century, it feeds the theory that earlier arrivals may have left cultural fingerprints before disappearing into myth. The open question is, if Sinclair truly landed here, why didn't he stay? Perhaps he didn't intend to. Maybe the mission wasn't colonization, but delivery of knowledge, of relics, of something precious and meant to be hidden, a spiritual pilgrimage to plant a seed, not build a city. Some believe the mission's purpose was temporary sanctuary, a transfer of sacred objects from a crumbling Europe to a place beyond the reach of kings and popes. Others suggest Sinclair and his men built only what was needed to endure a harsh winter and then returned. Maybe one or more of them died here. Maybe they buried their dead, carved the stones, and moved on. Or maybe they left guardians behind. There are families in Nova Scotia who claim descent from early European settlers whose arrival predates official records. families with unusual heirlooms, peculiar oral traditions, and deep connections to the land. Some say their ancestors came with the knights. They speak in riddles. They do not advertise. Then there's the hooked X, our enigmatic companion. One version of the symbol was found etched onto a stone near the shore, partially obscured by moss, and carved just deeply enough to have survived centuries of erosion. If authentic, it would represent yet another piece of a symbol trail left by those in the know. A signature, quiet, but deliberate. Could these be mere coincidences? Misreadings? The eager projections of those desperate for mystery? Certainly. But when taken as a whole, the petroglyphs, the foundations, the carvings, the cross-shaped alignments, they begin to form a chorus. Dissonant, yes. Incomplete, absolutely. But not without harmony, not without purpose. So perhaps Sinclair did make landfall here. Perhaps he stood on the rocky shore, felt the salt air on his face, and gave thanks, not as a conqueror, but as a pilgrim. Perhaps his mission succeeded, and the secret he carried was buried safely somewhere under moss and root. Or perhaps it failed, and all that remains is a grave, marked only by stones and symbols no one was ever meant to understand. But Nova Scotia remembers, in its rivers, in its names, and sometimes, if you listen closely, in its silence. If you could lay a translucent map of sacred geometry over the forests, rivers, and coastlines of New England, you might begin to see something strange. Lines connecting hilltops to coves, stone markers to old graveyards, forgotten chapels to rivers no longer navigated. These alignments would seem random at first. Coincidence, perhaps, but the longer you look, the more deliberate they become. Angles match, distances repeat, proportions echo ancient mathematical constants, the golden ratio, the square root of 2, the number 13. It's as if the land itself had been measured, marked, and consecrated by someone with knowledge not of conquest, but of symbolism. Welcome to the world of sacred geometry and the mysterious Venus families said to have carried it. Let's begin with what sacred geometry is. Because for the Templars, and possibly their successors, it wasn't just architecture. It was philosophy. Every shape held meaning. Circles represented eternity. Triangles marked divinity. The pentagram, often misunderstood, symbolized the human form and the harmony of the cosmos. Sacred geometry governed the placement of Templar churches in Europe, their floor plans, and even the secret vaults within them. The angles between sites, the distances between outposts, they were not random. They followed encoded ratios, as if the entire Templar presence was laid out like a symbolic equation. Now imagine that same knowledge being brought to the New World, not to build cities, but to seed symbols, to establish a pattern that would resonate spiritually for those who knew how to read it. And now, finally, we arrive at the term the Venus families. This name is not medieval. It was coined by modern researchers attempting to describe a cluster of noble bloodlines that allegedly survived the Templar Purge. These families, according to fringe historians, preserved the Templar secrets, not in vaults or cathedrals, but in blood and ritual. They passed down astronomical knowledge, geomantic practices, and sacred cartographic techniques that blended spirituality with science. Their name, Venus, derives from the astronomical path of the planet Venus itself, which traces a near-perfect pentagram across the sky every 8 years. That celestial pattern was not lost on ancient civilizations. The Mayans, Egyptians, Greeks, all tracked Venus with reverence. So did the Templars. And perhaps, if the theory holds, these Venus families encoded that 5-pointed knowledge into the very geography of the New World. There are places in New England where the landscape appears to mirror this cosmic geometry. One such configuration links 5 sites: the Newport Tower, the Westford Knight, the Narragansett Runestone, the Hooked X in Spirit Pond, and a set of megalithic stones in New Hampshire. When plotted, these locations form a nearly symmetrical pentagram. The distances between them aren't perfect, but they are close, uncomfortably close, if you don't believe in coincidence. Now, skeptics will argue that with enough points and enough creative math, you can draw any shape you want. And sure, patterns can emerge from noise, but the more you look into the history of these sites, the more that pattern begins to pulse with intent. The stones weren't dropped randomly. The carvings weren't placed for convenience. Someone was trying to say something. Here's where the theory deepens. Some believe these sites are not just connected by shape, but by time. That the positioning of these symbols corresponds to the cycles of Venus itself. That certain solstices, equinoxes, or conjunctions were used as timestamps, encoded messages waiting to be read by those watching the skies. The implication: these sites were designed to align not just with each other, but with the heavens. And what does this have to do with the Templars? Everything. Because the Templars didn't just build castles, they built cosmologies. The Temple of Solomon, their mythic spiritual center, was not just a building. It was a map of divine order. Rebuilding that order in the New World would mean laying down more than just footprints. It would mean embedding meaning into the earth itself, into angles, stones, and latitudes. One obscure but fascinating example comes from an early map allegedly tied to the Sinclair family. It shows a cluster of stars, drawn not in the sky, but mirrored across a landscape, connecting sacred wells, groves, and hilltops in both Scotland and the New World. The stars form part of the Pleiades, long considered a marker of spiritual migration in ancient cultures. If this map is genuine, it implies that whoever created it believed the land mirrored the stars and used that belief to guide placement. There are also stories, whispers, really, of rituals performed at these sites, small gatherings beneath specific skies, nights marked not by celebration, but by precision. No torches to blaze the way, no shouting, no songs, just geometry, silence, and an almost reverent stillness. These were not rituals designed for spectacle. They were moments calibrated like clockwork, aligned to stars, whispered among the initiated, passed down without ink or parchment. The kind of gathering that leaves no trace in formal records, yet lingers like a rumor carved in stone. The kind you feel, centuries later, when you stand in a clearing and wonder why the trees are arranged just so. But here's the question that stops us cold. Even if the alignments are precise, and even if the symbols repeat across distances, etched into stone and story alike, how can we possibly know they point back to the Templars? Why not later Masonic groups, settlers who carried esoteric traditions into the wilds of a new world? Or perhaps it was the 19th century romantics, caught in the fever of medieval nostalgia, who projected their longings backward onto plain rock? These are fair points, sharp and skeptical. Yet the deeper we delve, the harder it becomes to dismiss. The repeating numerology, the consistent use of symbols that can be traced back to the 12th and 13th centuries. The unbroken threads of astronomical alignment, encoded with care and, it would seem, intent. When you match these patterns to known Templar-era practices, when you discover that certain signs appeared before the first Masonic lodges had even formed, it starts to feel less like coincidence and more like continuity. Perhaps the Venus families were real, not families in the way census records would define them, not necessarily by blood, but spiritual descendants, inheritors of an idea, people who believed knowledge was a flame to be protected rather than a banner to be waved, quiet custodians who crossed oceans not in ships of war, but bearing blueprints, not to carve out dominion, but to inscribe meaning in stone, hidden in plain sight. If that's the case, then the Templars didn't just arrive in the Americas. They mapped it, not with borders or cities, but with angles, alignments, and enduring silence. So the next time you step into a clearing deep in the Maine woods, or brush your hand against a moss-covered boulder in Vermont, pause. What appears as wilderness may once have been an equation, and that weather-worn stone beneath your boots, it might be part of a sentence still waiting to be read aloud. Now imagine, just for a moment, you are a Templar knight in the year 1307. The air is cool, but your breath is short. Dawn breaks, but it's no ordinary morning. Word has spread. Your brothers are being arrested, commanderies raided, names taken, bodies tortured. The sacred order that once stood with kings and popes, the shield of Christendom, is now being dragged into the dirt, rebranded as heresy. You have hours, days if you're lucky, to decide your fate. Some flee north, seeking shelter in Scotland. Others turn west toward Portugal. But a few, they vanish entirely. And some believe they vanished westward. That brings us to a more elusive theory, less about gallant fleets slipping past the Royal Navy, and more about shadows moving quietly through history. This theory suggests that survivors of the French Templar purge filtered into the slow-moving, often overlooked colonial push by France into North America. It doesn't involve hidden relics or secret islands, just a quiet migration that bent with the wind and blurred into the crowd. To understand this, we look at a narrow slice of history, early 16th century France. This was when French explorers, trappers, and missionaries began tentative forays into what is now eastern Canada and northern Maine. Unlike the Spanish conquistadors or the militant spread of the Portuguese, the French advance was less cohesive, fragmented and slow, driven by commerce more than conquest. It's within this slower, more porous movement that some researchers believe Templar bloodlines, or perhaps just ideas, re-emerged. Take the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia, for instance. Their oral traditions speak of pale-skinned men arriving long before the standard histories suggest. Men with long beards who came bearing gifts, not weapons. They spoke softly. They respected the land. They followed no cross, but carried strange symbols and star maps. And while oral traditions are often dismissed as folklore, their details stand in stark contrast to the brutal narratives of later European incursion. These early visitors came not to conquer, but to blend in, to vanish, perhaps intentionally, into the forest's embrace. Then there's the matter of origin. Many of these early French settlers hailed from regions in France where Templar influence had once been strongest. Places like Aquitaine, Brittany, and Languedoc. These were the strongholds of Cathar resistance and Templar fortresses. And among those settlers, some bore names that mirror those found on Templar rosters: D'Arrode, Ponnier, Bertrand. A name alone doesn't prove a lineage, but patterns matter. And some of these settlers were noted, even at the time, for unorthodox beliefs. Jesuit missionaries, tasked with bringing Catholicism to the colonies, wrote with alarm about settlers who refused to attend Mass. Men who built small chapels, not in the Roman style, but with rounded apses and central altars devoid of crucifixes. In one case, a Jesuit noted a chapel built by a man named Jacques de Savarin, where the focal point was a rose window, a symbol not native to the rough wilderness, but to the Gothic cathedrals of medieval Europe, and more specifically, to sanctuaries once claimed by the Templars. The black stones deepen the mystery. In scattered French settlements along the St. Lawrence River, reports surfaced of small, dark stone altars built into the corners of cabins or tucked into barns. Nothing elaborate, just a slab marked with a shallow, hooked X. Most assumed they were folk charms, protective talismans. But some researchers suggest they were remnants of a suppressed rite. The hooked X is a recurring symbol among alleged Templar artifacts, an encoded reference to the fusion of opposites, the divine feminine and masculine, hidden within Christian frameworks. And if that sounds speculative, consider this. The hooked X reappears across centuries and continents, carved into stones in Scandinavia, etched into boulders in the American Midwest. And now, if these accounts are accurate, hidden among the early outposts of French Canada. Consistency across time and geography is rare in folklore. But here, it pulses like a heartbeat, just beneath the surface. One of the more chilling reports comes from a French fort in what is now Quebec. A Jesuit priest, Father Etienne Barbier, recorded the funeral of a settler who refused burial in the official cemetery. Instead, he was taken into the forest, interred beneath a stone etched with a double-barred cross. The ceremony was performed in silence, with lanterns and carved discs bearing symbols the priest did not recognize. When Barbier returned days later to study the stone, it was gone. Could these settlers have been Templars? Not by title. The order was dissolved. But in practice, in iconography, in philosophy, perhaps. They preserved not their names, but their worldview. And that raises a troubling but vital question. If the Templars did survive and migrate to the New World, why bury themselves in anonymity? Why not proclaim their heritage? The answer may be brutally simple: survival. After their fall, the Templars became radioactive. To associate with the order, especially as heresy became a favorite charge of the Church, was to court death. Even by the 1500s, inquisitors were still hunting the edges of orthodoxy. So the only viable option may have been not to rebuild, but to vanish, to hide in the open, to blend. And this explains the strange layering we find in the symbolism of early colonial settlements. The rose cross next to the Marian shrine, the compass rose carved into a gravestone just below the Virgin's feet. These are not declarations. They're whispers, echoes of a worldview stitched into local religion like thread into fabric. Of course, this presents an almost unsolvable puzzle. The more successfully they blended, the harder they are to trace. If the goal was to disappear, then what remains are not monuments, but margins, names, burial customs, architectural anomalies, hints. And those hints are fragile. They can be dismissed, as they often are, as coincidence or folk eccentricity. But there's an final layer, one call back to earlier in our story that helps bind these threads. In Chapter 14, we examined Henry Sinclair's alleged voyage to North America in the late 1300s. His presence remains unproven, but the idea that a pre-Columbian expedition landed in the Northeast lingers. What if Sinclair's people didn't stay, but left markers? What if generations later, Templar sympathizers returned, this time through French colonial efforts, retracing a half-remembered path? Not to build a second Jerusalem, but to remember, to keep the ember of something ancient alive, and perhaps to pass that ember forward in silence. If even a few of those settlers carried not treasure but thought, ideas encoded in symbol and structure, then maybe the Templar legacy didn't die. It shifted. It crossed oceans, not as conquest, but as refuge. And that brings us, finally, to a doorway carved in stone. You step into Rosslyn Chapel, and the air changes. It's cooler, yes, but also charged. The silence there doesn't feel empty. It feels attentive, as if the walls are listening, waiting for you. Among the many curious details tucked away in the far corners of Scottish legend and architecture lies something deeply puzzling, something that seems, at first glance, impossible. It's a carving, unassuming at first. You might walk past it without noticing. But there, etched in the stonework of a 15th century chapel, are plants that, according to all official records, no European should have known about. Not then. Not yet. Take maize, for example, what we now call corn. It's native to the Americas, domesticated thousands of years ago by Mesoamerican civilizations. Until 1492, it wasn't grown in Europe, wasn't known, wasn't traded, wasn't even rumored. And yet, here it is, in stone, not in a museum, not in a modern reconstruction, but carved centuries earlier, hidden among the ornamentation of Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. The carving shows unmistakable stalks of maize, complete with husks and full cobs. And nearby, another oddity, what looks very much like aloe vera, a plant native to the Caribbean and parts of Central America. Botanically correct, anatomically precise, rendered not in vague symbols, but with the kind of care one would expect from someone who had seen these plants with their own eyes. Welcome to Rosslyn Chapel, a building long steeped in mystery, folklore, and controversy. To some, it's a beautiful but eccentric example of late Gothic architecture. To others, it's something far more provocative, a stone cipher created by the Sinclair family, steeped in symbolism, and whispered to be the smoking gun of a pre-Columbian voyage to the Americas. A voyage not made by Columbus, but by a Scottish noble centuries earlier. To understand why this small chapel in Midlothian has attracted so much speculation, we need to go back. Construction of Rosslyn Chapel began in 1446 under the direction of William Sinclair, the Earl of Caithness. His family line, according to oral history and preserved genealogies, descends directly from Henry Sinclair, an adventurer and nobleman whose name you may recall from earlier episodes. Henry is said to have sailed west in 1398, almost a century before Columbus. And if that journey happened, and if it reached as far as some claim, then Rosslyn may be more than a religious monument. It may be a memorial, a marker of something far greater, a quiet but monumental achievement encoded not in text, but in architecture. Start with the maze. Even if one were to argue that the carving is merely stylized wheat, as skeptics have suggested, it doesn't quite hold up under scrutiny. Botanists, art historians, and plant specialists have weighed in. The structure of the husk, the segmentation of the cob, the manner in which the leaves wrap around the stalk, it's all accurate to New World corn. Not vaguely similar, not approximately botanical, specific, intentional. The same is true of the alleged aloe vera, recognizable by its thick, serrated leaves and the way it's clustered. It bears no resemblance to local Scottish flora. Some have argued it might be a thistle or some other native plant, but again, the carvings suggest otherwise. These images are not random decorations. They are too deliberate, too studied. One prevailing theory holds that Henry Sinclair, upon returning from his supposed transatlantic voyage, brought back more than just stories. Perhaps he carried seeds, samples, or detailed descriptions given to him by the people he encountered, people who may have been the Mi'kmaq or the Beothuk, indigenous tribes of northeastern Canada. If that theory holds, then what we see at Rosslyn isn't fantasy. It's record. a carved record passed from one generation to the next, embedded in stone by William Sinclair as a quiet testament to his family's knowledge and legacy. Rosslyn has long been known as a cathedral of secrets. It houses not just Christian iconography, but strange overlaps: Norse mythology, pagan imagery, green men, Masonic symbolism, esoteric geometry, and more. The architecture is dense with symbolism, coded messages hiding in plain sight. Look up, and you'll find a grid of floral cubes on the ceiling, 213 in total. Each one is unique. Some researchers believe these shapes encode musical notes, possibly the earliest form of a visual score. Others see them as metaphors for sacred geometry or maps of consciousness. But no one knows for sure. Rosslyn has resisted all efforts to decode it fully. It keeps its secrets. Then there's the apprentice pillar, an intricately carved column with a helical twist so precise, some claim it resembles the shape of DNA or electromagnetic spirals. Was this symbolism a representation of life or energy? We don't know. But it's an odd flourish for a 15th century stonemason to invent from nothing. The layout of Rosslyn, too, invites inquiry. Its proportions follow the golden mean and other sacred ratios associated with Templar structures throughout Europe. Its alignment is not cardinal, but solar, designed so that at certain times of year, beams of sunlight fall on specific carvings, as though activating them in some kind of seasonal ritual. The light doesn't just illuminate, it performs, dancing across the stones like a script written in shadow. And buried beneath all of this is a mystery sealed in stone. In the crypt beneath the chapel lies a vault, long sealed and forbidden. William Sinclair ordered it closed shortly before his death. No one has entered since. Officially, the reason is preservation. Unofficially, whispers persist. Some say the Scottish Rite. Freemasons, who helped restore the chapel in modern times, quietly discouraged any exploration. Why? Some believe that within the vault may lie ancient scrolls, lost relics of the Knights Templar, or even evidence of a pre-Columbian journey across the Atlantic. If the vault contains anything that suggests a Templar connection to the New World, it could rewrite a portion of history as we know it. And the Sinclair family, as it turns out, didn't fade into obscurity. Their descendants became closely associated with early Freemasonry. In fact, the Sinclairs held the hereditary title of patrons and protectors of Scottish Freemasonry centuries before the formation of the Grand Lodge of London in 1717. That title wasn't honorary. It was functional. It granted them custodianship over a body of ritual and tradition many believe to be descended from the Knights Templar themselves. This connection forms a kind of bridge, a conduit from medieval chivalric orders to Enlightenment-era secret societies. And Rosslyn sits at the fulcrum. If knowledge of the Americas was passed along this path, through bloodlines, through rituals, through carved symbols, then Rosslyn is more than a chapel. It's a map, not of roads or coastlines, but of ideas. A metaphysical atlas of contact, not conquest. Skeptics, of course, will object. They'll say this is fanciful myth-making, that the maize is barley, that the aloe is thistle, that the apprentice pillar is just a decorative flourish, that Rosslyn Chapel is merely a Gothic cathedral built with creative excess, and nothing more. But even those skeptics must acknowledge that Rosslyn defies categorization. It does not conform to any singular architectural style. It borrows liberally, blends traditions, hides connections. It's both Christian and pagan, European and universal. And one tiny detail, often overlooked, adds yet another twist. Carved faintly into the southeast wall, just outside the chapel, is a hooked X. It's not large, it's not central, but it's there. Faint, deliberate, and unmistakable. Whether it was added later or included during construction is unknown. But its presence in a site so closely tied to Sinclair legend and Templar lore is yet another clue, another echo in the long, quiet corridor of suggestions and symbols that fill this place. So here's the open question. If Rosslyn Chapel does in fact contain depictions of New World flora, if it encodes knowledge passed down through Templar and Sinclair lineages, preserved in Masonic tradition, what does that mean for our understanding of history? What does it say about what was known and when? Was Rosslyn meant to preserve a secret not just for a few generations, but for centuries? Perhaps Rosslyn is a song, composed in stone, a composition of memory and meaning, a structure that doesn't just house faith, but encodes revelation, a monument not to conquest, but to contact, carved deliberately to outlast parchment, power, and time itself. If that's true, then Henry Sinclair's voyage was never truly forgotten. It was immortalized, hidden in stone, waiting not to be discovered, but to be understood. And that makes Rosslyn not just a chapel. It makes it a message, a legacy, one that still whispers for those willing to listen. One researcher has made a startling claim that within the vaults of the Vatican lie scrolls bearing illustrations of coastlines that don't match any known part of the Old World. According to his account, they more closely resemble the eastern seaboard of what is now North America. If true, these scrolls would predate Columbus's arrival by a full century or more. The implications are staggering. But there's a catch. These scrolls have never been authenticated. They've never been officially cataloged, studied, copied, or even photographed. Their very existence hinges on second-hand testimony, reports from scholars who claim to have seen them only under close supervision, often for mere moments, with no opportunity to verify their contents. Just glimpses, just whispers. And that's where the conspiracy theories begin to spiral. But before dismissing them outright, let's consider the kernel of truth buried within the speculation. Because there is a verified fact that often gets lost in the noise. The Vatican restricts access to sensitive Templar-related materials. Even today, scholars hoping to explore medieval documents that touch on the Knights Templar must undergo a rigorous vetting process. It's not as simple as submitting an application. In many cases, access requires an endorsement from a bishop, cardinal, or higher. Approval can take years, and even then, it doesn't guarantee full access. Some documents are heavily redacted. Others are sealed away in cabinets marked sub secreto, literally under secrecy. These aren't mere administrative quirks. This is how the Vatican chooses to curate its historical narrative. Officially, the policy is about preservation, ensuring fragile manuscripts survive for future generations. But critics suggest another possibility: preservation of paper or of truth. And now, a strange callback. You may recall our earlier discussion of sacred geometry and the enigmatic Venus families, those noble bloodlines that seemed to carry ancient knowledge through the medieval world. Consider the Rosslyn Chapel, a small but richly carved church in Scotland that has long been linked to the Sinclair family and to whispered legends of Templar survival. Hidden among its stone carvings is a single, seemingly out-of-place image: the papal triple crown. This symbol, used exclusively by the Vatican, almost never appears outside the Holy See's own documents and insignias. And yet, here it is, quietly etched into a Scottish chapel, surrounded by symbols many believe point to pre-Columbian transatlantic journeys. What does that imply? To some, it's a silent confession that the Vatican may have known about these voyages, that not only did the Church know of the Templar diaspora, but certain officials may have even supported it. Not publicly, of course, but quietly, through correspondences and missions that were never intended for daylight. And if that's true, it leads us to a much thornier question. Why? Why would the Vatican go to such lengths to suppress or conceal this knowledge? The answer may come down to control. Imagine what it would mean for the Church if the historical narrative were upended. If it were proven that Christianity arrived in the New World not with missionaries in the 15th or 16th centuries, but with fugitive knights fleeing persecution, that would challenge everything, not just the chronology of exploration, but the very story of divine mission and providence that the Church has so carefully cultivated. And worse, it might reveal that those early Christian travelers, if Templars they were, carried with them spiritual ideas and esoteric knowledge that diverged from orthodox doctrine, mystical beliefs rooted in older traditions, sacred geometry, Gnostic wisdom, rituals considered heretical by the Church's standards. For an institution built on unity, such ambiguity is not just inconvenient. It's dangerous. The idea that rogue believers might have crossed oceans and preserved their spiritual truths without papal approval is a threat not of theology, but of authority. A historical heresy, a crack in the official timeline. So what's left? Are the answers locked in the Vatican archive, buried behind those 50 miles of silence? Perhaps. But we may never know. The handful of scholars granted access are rarely allowed to view the full breadth of Templar material. Even today, much of what lies in the shelves and drawers of those ancient halls remains sealed, untouched, and unseen by modern eyes. Still, the rumors persist. Glimpses surface in hushed conversations at conferences. Footnotes of obscure academic papers. A Latin phrase here, a fragment of a map there, each piece too incomplete to prove, but too curious to ignore. And what makes this especially haunting is what has been revealed. Take the Chinon parchment, discovered in the Vatican's own archives in 2001. It proved that Pope Clement V had secretly absolved the Templars of heresy, directly contradicting centuries of official narrative. That single document, lost for 700 years, rewrote everything. If only someone had asked the right question sooner. So perhaps somewhere, still hidden in that labyrinth of locked drawers and dust-heavy shelves, lies another record. A voyage log. A sealed letter. A simple note written by a pope and addressed to a captain heading west. And perhaps, just perhaps, it ends with these words: God be with you, for what you carry must never be lost. But what happens when the scrolls burn, when the stones are buried, when every trace of evidence is scrubbed clean? What remains? What carries memory when all documents are destroyed? When all symbols fade? When all stories are erased? You do. Your blood, your bones, the microscopic curls of DNA that twist through centuries like roots beneath the soil. And in a mystery, this deep, this buried, it's no wonder that some researchers have turned not to archives or stones, but to chromosomes. And the results? Controversial, incomplete, and deeply strange, may hold a fragment of the truth. Because if the Templars really did come to the Americas, might their descendants still walk among us? Let's begin with a principle. Genetic markers don't lie, but they do confuse. Human DNA is a vast, tangled library, and the story of ancestry is anything but simple. Populations move, cultures blend, bloodlines blur. But within that swirling complexity, distinct patterns can emerge, especially when you're searching for something as specific as medieval European lineage, in a place where no such lineage is expected to exist. Consider the Mi'kmaq people of Nova Scotia. We've encountered them before in our exploration of early European contact and oral traditions that speak of pale-skinned visitors long before the arrival of the French. In a genetic study conducted in the early 2000s, several individuals from this community were found to possess a mitochondrial DNA haplotype, passed maternally, that is rare among Native American populations. And yet, it appears frequently in Basque and French groups. The study was small, and its methods have been criticized. But it raised a compelling question. How did a distinctly European genetic signature appear in a population supposedly isolated from Europe until the 16th century? Could it be an echo of contact, not through colonization, but through integration? If Templar survivors, possibly of French or Basque origin, did reach the shores of Nova Scotia before Columbus, and if they settled not as conquerors, but as refugees, as partners, as kin, then we might expect such anomalies to exist, not as tidal waves, but as ripples. Another curious case comes from the Lumbee people of North Carolina. Their ancestry has long puzzled historians. Unlike neighboring tribes, many Lumbee individuals exhibit physical traits that seem non-indigenous. Blue eyes, light hair, and their oral traditions speak of ancestors who came from the sea. Genetic studies of the Lumbee have revealed a mix of Native American, African, and Mediterranean DNA. Again, too vague to prove any singular story, but suggestive, especially the Mediterranean component, which has led some to speculate about early contact with Iberian or Near Eastern peoples, maybe even the Templars themselves. But perhaps the most tantalizing example comes from deep within the Appalachian Mountains, in a remote village that remained isolated for generations. Residents there have passed down stories of ancestors with strange accents and light eyes, builders of stone mounds and carvers of symbols into tree trunks. When genetic testing became available, some families from this region were found to share notable genetic similarities with populations from the Orkney Islands, home to none other than Henry Sinclair, the Scottish nobleman long rumored to have led a voyage across the Atlantic in the 14th century. None of these findings offer definitive proof, but taken together, they begin to form a pattern, a ghostly suggestion. A constellation of data points too far apart to form a map, but close enough to form a question. And that's the trouble with genetics. It resists tidy storytelling. A haplotype doesn't say, "A Templar lived here." It simply whispers, "Someone from over there passed through." DNA doesn't explain why or when. It offers no motives, no symbols, no ships on the horizon. Just a quiet suggestion. And sometimes, even a suggestion can echo. This brings us to a chapter we've touched on before, Henry Sinclair's supposed landfall in Nova Scotia. There, we found stone carvings, strange artifacts, settlements that vanished into the forest. But what if the trail didn't end in soil and stone? What if it continued in blood? Because once you entertain the possibility that Templar survivors crossed the Atlantic and mingled with indigenous populations, the entire nature of the search changes. It's no longer about grand monuments or lost towers. It becomes something quieter, something harder to track. A question of lullabies, of cheekbones, of surnames and lullabies passed down through centuries. Today, there are private researchers tracing suspected Templar lineages in American families, not through ancient scrolls, but through genealogies, through birth records, through oral stories, through fragments, always fragments. And maybe, just maybe, that's all the evidence we'll ever have. But sometimes a fragment is enough to keep the fire burning. One researcher has made a startling claim that within the vaults of the Vatican lie scrolls bearing illustrations of coastlines that don't match any known part of the Old World. According to his account, they more closely resemble the eastern seaboard of what is now North America. If true, these scrolls would predate Columbus's arrival by a full century or more. The implications are staggering. But there's a catch. These scrolls have never been authenticated. They've never been officially cataloged, studied, copied, or even photographed. Their very existence hinges on second-hand testimony, reports from scholars who claim to have seen them only under close supervision, often for mere moments, with no opportunity to verify their contents. Just glimpses, just whispers. And that's where the conspiracy theories begin to spiral. But before dismissing them outright, let's consider the kernel of truth buried within the speculation. Because there is a verified fact that often gets lost in the noise. The Vatican restricts access to sensitive Templar-related materials. Even today, scholars hoping to explore medieval documents that touch on the Knights Templar must undergo a rigorous vetting process. It's not as simple as submitting an application. In many cases, access requires an endorsement from a bishop, cardinal, or higher. Approval can take years, and even then, it doesn't guarantee full access. Some documents are heavily redacted. Others are sealed away in cabinets marked sub secreto, literally under secrecy. These aren't mere administrative quirks. This is how the Vatican chooses to curate its historical narrative. Officially, the policy is about preservation, ensuring fragile manuscripts survive for future generations. But critics suggest another possibility: preservation of paper, or of truth. And now, a strange callback. You may recall our earlier discussion of sacred geometry and the enigmatic Venus families, those noble bloodlines that seemed to carry ancient knowledge through the medieval world. Consider the Rosslyn Chapel, a small but richly carved church in Scotland that has long been linked to the Sinclair family and to whispered legends of Templar survival. Hidden among its stone carvings is a single, seemingly out-of-place image: the papal triple crown. This symbol, used exclusively by the Vatican, almost never appears outside the Holy See's own documents and insignias. And yet, here it is, quietly etched into a Scottish chapel, surrounded by symbols many believe point to pre-Columbian transatlantic journeys. What does that imply? To some, it's a silent confession that the Vatican may have known about these voyages, that not only did the Church know of the Templar diaspora, but certain officials may have even supported it. Not publicly, of course, but quietly, through correspondences and missions that were never intended for daylight. And if that's true, it leads us to a much thornier question. Why? Why would the Vatican go to such lengths to suppress or conceal this knowledge? The answer may come down to control. Imagine what it would mean for the Church if the historical narrative were upended. If it were proven that Christianity arrived in the New World not with missionaries in the 15th or 16th centuries, but with fugitive knights fleeing persecution. That would challenge everything, not just the chronology of exploration, but the very story of divine mission and providence that the Church has so carefully cultivated. And worse, it might reveal that those early Christian travelers, if Templars they were, carried with them spiritual ideas and esoteric knowledge that diverged from orthodox doctrine, mystical beliefs rooted in older traditions, sacred geometry, a historical heresy, a crack in the official timeline. So what's left? Are the answers locked in the Vatican archive, buried behind those 50 miles of silence? Perhaps. But we may never know. The handful of scholars granted access are rarely allowed to view the full breadth of Templar material. Even today, much of what lies in the shelves and drawers of those ancient halls remains sealed, untouched, and unseen by modern eyes. Still, the rumors persist. Glimpses surface in hushed conversations at conferences, in the footnotes of obscure academic papers. A Latin phrase here, a fragment of a map there, each piece too incomplete to prove, but too curious to ignore. And what makes this especially haunting is what has been revealed. Take the Chinon parchment, discovered in the Vatican's own archives in 2001. It proved that Pope Clement V had secretly absolved the Templars of heresy, directly contradicting centuries of official narrative. That single document, lost for 700 years, rewrote everything. If only someone had asked the right question sooner. So perhaps somewhere, still hidden in that labyrinth of locked drawers and dust-heavy shelves, lies another record. A voyage log, a sealed letter, a simple note written by a pope and addressed to a captain heading west. And perhaps, just perhaps, it ends with these words: God be with you, for what you carry must never be lost. But what happens when the scrolls burn, when the stones are buried, when every trace of evidence is scrubbed clean? What remains? What carries memory when all documents are destroyed? When all symbols fade? When all stories are erased? You do. Your blood, your bones, the microscopic curls of DNA that twist through centuries like roots beneath the soil. And in a mystery this deep, this buried, it's no wonder that some researchers have turned not to archives or stones, but to chromosomes. And the results, controversial, incomplete, and deeply strange, may hold a fragment of the truth. Because if the Templars really did come to the Americas, might their descendants still walk among us? Let's begin with a principle. Genetic markers don't lie, but they do confuse. Human DNA is a vast, tangled library, and the story of ancestry is anything but simple. Populations move, cultures blend, bloodlines blur. But within that swirling complexity, distinct patterns can emerge, especially when you're searching for something as specific as medieval European lineage, in a place where no such lineage is expected to exist. Consider the Mi'kmaq people of Nova Scotia. We've encountered them before in our exploration of early European contact and oral traditions that speak of pale-skinned visitors long before the arrival of the French. In a genetic study conducted in the early 2000s, several individuals from this community were found to possess a mitochondrial DNA haplotype, passed maternally, that is rare among Native American populations. And yet, it appears frequently in Basque and French groups. The study was small and its methods have been criticized. But it raised a compelling question. How did a distinctly European genetic signature appear in a population supposedly isolated from Europe until the 16th century? Could it be an echo of contact not through colonization, but through integration? If Templar survivors, possibly of French or Basque origin, did reach the shores of Nova Scotia before Columbus, and if they settled not as conquerors, but as refugees, as partners, as kin, then we might expect such anomalies to exist, not as tidal waves, but as ripples. Another curious case comes from the Lumbee people of North Carolina. Their ancestry has long puzzled historians. Unlike neighboring tribes, many Lumbee individuals exhibit physical traits that seem non-indigenous. Blue eyes, light hair, and their oral traditions speak of ancestors who came from the sea. Genetic studies of the Lumbee have revealed a mix of Native American, African, and Mediterranean DNA, again, too vague to prove any singular story, but suggestive, especially the Mediterranean component, which has led some to speculate about early contact with Iberian or Near Eastern peoples, maybe even the Templars themselves. But perhaps the most tantalizing example comes from deep within the Appalachian Mountains, in a remote village that remained isolated for generations. Residents there have passed down stories of ancestors with strange accents and light eyes, builders of stone mounds and carvers of symbols into tree trunks. When genetic testing became available, some families from this region were found to share notable genetic similarities with populations from the Orkney Islands, home to none other than Henry Sinclair, the Scottish nobleman long rumored to have led a voyage across the Atlantic in the 14th century. None of these findings offer definitive proof, but taken together, they begin to form a pattern, a ghostly suggestion. A constellation of data points too far apart to form a map, but close enough to form a question. And that's the trouble with genetics. It resists tidy storytelling. A haplotype doesn't say, "A Templar lived here." It simply whispers, "Someone from over there passed through." DNA doesn't explain why or when. It offers no motives, no symbols, no ships on the horizon. Just a quiet suggestion. And sometimes, even a suggestion can echo. This brings us to a chapter we've touched on before, Henry Sinclair's supposed landfall in Nova Scotia. There, we found stone carvings, strange artifacts, settlements that vanished into the forest. But what if the trail didn't end in soil and stone? What if it continued in blood? Because once you entertain the possibility that Templar survivors crossed the Atlantic and mingled with indigenous populations, the entire nature of the search changes. It's no longer about grand monuments or lost towers. It becomes something quieter, something harder to track. a question of lullabies, of cheekbones, of surnames and lullabies passed down through centuries. Today, there are private researchers tracing suspected Templar lineages in American families, not through ancient scrolls, but through genealogies, through birth records, through oral stories, through fragments, always fragments. And maybe, just maybe, that's all the evidence we'll ever have. But sometimes a fragment is enough to keep the fire burning. Names like Sinclair, Bove, and Darrigan appear in colonial records. Quiet, almost ghostly echoes of something that shouldn't be there. Not because they're entirely out of place, but because of how subtly they slip into the margins. Massachusetts, Maine, Quebec, places that had no direct connection to those names in any formal historical sense, and yet there they are, attached to settlers with vague European origins, people who left behind little in the way of detailed documents or clear genealogical paths. They seem to emerge out of a fog and dissolve just as easily into the background. But they left behind something, not always a name, sometimes a shape, the same symbol, over and over again. A 5-pointed star, a cross pâté, not just once or twice, not random, not scattered, but repeated, methodically, carved into gravestones, generation after generation, like a whisper only the stone could remember. Of course, this isn't definitive proof of anything. It's not a smoking gun. It's a pattern. And patterns are slippery things. Critics are quick to remind us, once a symbol like the cross pâté becomes popular, its significance is diluted. Once it's adopted by the public, it's no longer evidence. It's ornamentation. The same could be said about surnames. Names travel. People migrate. Coincidences happen. We overlay meaning where there might be none. But even so, these small anomalies persist, like sediment accumulating in the corners of history, too subtle to shout, too consistent to ignore. And perhaps the most heated academic debate today doesn't revolve around whether there's European DNA present in pre-Columbian populations. We already know that in trace amounts, it is. That's no longer in question. The real argument is about how it got there. Was it brought by undocumented colonists, smugglers, deserters, forgotten explorers? Is it contamination? An error in the sampling process? Or genetic drift? Or is it something older? Something that leans inconveniently against the stories we've agreed to tell? Why does this theory, that pre-Columbian contact occurred between Europeans, perhaps even Templars, and indigenous Americans, cause such resistance? Perhaps because it complicates the clean version of history. because it reframes the age of exploration, not as an explosion of conquest, but as a murmur of survival. It places emphasis not on wealth, not on domination, but on preservation, on endurance, not in gold or thrones, but in rituals, in maps, in bloodlines, in symbols carved on gravestones where no one expected to find them. So when someone says that history is written by the victors, remember, some histories are written in bodies, quietly, patiently, and sometimes that history waits for someone curious enough, connected enough, to ask the question, what if you didn't just study the Templars? What if, somewhere in your lineage, you were one? Now picture a room, stone walls enclosing candlelight, shadows dancing over a black and white checkerboard floor. In the center, an altar draped in deep velvet. Around it, figures in robes, silent, ceremonial. One extends a square and compass. Another holds out a parchment marked with a familiar symbol. The cross pate, but tilted slightly, and bearing a strange hook on its lower arm. You are not in the 14th century, and yet it feels like you are. This is a modern Masonic lodge, but look deeper. Something about it feels older, something buried. There is a theory, quietly held, fiercely debated, that Freemasonry is not merely inspired by the Knights Templar. It is descended from them, not philosophically, literally, a secret continuation, a whispered inheritance, a vehicle not only for esoteric knowledge, but for memory, and perhaps for direction. To understand this, we must return to 1312, when Pope Clement V, under immense pressure from King Philip IV of France, officially dissolved the Order of the Knights Templar. On paper, they were no more, but history is rarely confined to parchment. Many Templars simply vanished from the record. Some were absorbed into other orders, particularly the Knights Hospitaller. Others fled. Some are believed to have gone to Portugal, where King Denis discreetly rebranded them as the Order of Christ. There, protected, they continued to operate under a different name. And then there's Scotland. At the time, it was under excommunication from the Pope. A rebellious, untamed land. And it is said that Robert the Bruce excommunicated himself and no friend of papal authority, welcomed the Templars into his court. Whether as gratitude or strategy, the story goes that these warrior monks were given sanctuary. And it is in Scotland, not coincidentally perhaps, where the seeds of Freemasonry first begin to bloom. The oldest known Masonic document, the Regius manuscript, dates from the late 14th century and emerges in England. But the first formally recorded lodges appear in Scotland, specifically in connection with the Sinclair family, the same Sinclairs of Templar legend and voyage theories. In 1598, William Shaw, the King's Master of Works, issued the Shaw Statutes. These documents outlined rules for operative masons, actual stonemasons working on cathedrals and castles. But within them are curious references to ancient brotherhoods, spiritual duties, and secret knowledge. A year later, in 1599, the statutes were revised to include rituals and passwords. A symbolic layer was added atop the practical one. Speculative masonry was born. And here's where the Templar connection intensifies. Freemasonry's rituals are saturated with symbols that echo Templar chapels and traditions: squares, compasses, skulls, twin pillars marked Jachin and Boaz, references to Solomon's Temple, which the Templars believed themselves guardians of. Masonic tracing boards are adorned with stars of 8 points, the duality of sun and moon, and often a red cross almost indistinguishable from the Templar emblem. The Templar motto, Non nobis Domine, not unto us, O Lord, is found in early Masonic texts, and central to many Masonic rites is a dramatic reenactment of betrayal, trial, and rebirth, a symbolic echo of the Templar ordeal. Skeptics argue that this is coincidence, that these symbols are universal, that the square and compass are simply tools of a mason's trade, that the skull is a memento mori, that crosses are ubiquitous, and yes, perhaps, but the convergence grows difficult to dismiss when you trace the role that Freemasonry played in shaping the modern world, particularly America. Consider this. Many of the founding fathers of the United States were high-ranking Freemasons. George Washington laid the cornerstone of the U.S. Capitol during a full Masonic ritual: white gloves, apron embroidered with Templar-style crosses. Benjamin Franklin, a Grand Master in Pennsylvania, helped edit an edition of the Constitutions of the Freemasons. Thomas Jefferson, though not a formal member, moved in Masonic circles and shared many of their ideals. On the dollar bill, we find the all-seeing eye above a truncated pyramid, a symbol first appearing in early Masonic engravings. But here's where things get strange again. In some American Masonic lodges, especially those in New England and Nova Scotia, older documents have surfaced. Some bear a curious mark, a hooked X, the same one carved in stone on the North American coast, discussed in earlier chapters. Other documents refer to the brethren who crossed first, or mention laying the stone before the colony. In one Massachusetts lodge, there is an oral tradition, never written, always whispered, about a sacred chest once hidden in a private vault, said to contain westward maps of the temple. The chest's current location? Unknown. Is this merely legend? Very likely. Oral traditions often grow in drama over time. But paired with Chapter 16's discussion of French Templar refugees performing rites eerily similar to Masonic ceremonies, and the overlap becomes harder to dismiss. Even in Canada, some of the earliest Masonic buildings, especially in Nova Scotia, bear architectural oddities. Some are aligned with astronomical precision. Others feature stained glass windows of 8-pointed stars and inscriptions in archaic French. These aren't just decorative choices, they are statements, intentional ones. And again, the shadow of Rosslyn Chapel stretches across this entire conversation. Many of the carvings in Rosslyn, discussed in Chapter 17, are echoed in early American Masonic buildings. Some researchers believe Rosslyn wasn't just a chapel, it was a blueprint, a prototype, a symbolic cathedral designed to encode ancient knowledge and then replicate it across oceans. And here's the most provocative part of all this. Freemasons trace their symbolic lineage not only to the builders of Solomon's Temple, but to those who preserved sacred knowledge in times of persecution. The Templars were builders too, not just of fortresses, but of networks, of maps, of encryption systems, of institutions. They were engineers, navigators, philosophers. When the order was outlawed, Their tools didn't vanish. They changed hands, not in name, but in practice. So the question lingers, if Freemasonry is indeed the descendant of the Templars, what memories does it hold? Are its rituals symbolic echoes of forgotten history, or literal instructions? Because if those westward maps ever did exist, and if early Masonic lodges in North America harbored not just values, but directions, then this is not merely a spiritual lineage, it's a relay. The order wasn't destroyed, it evolved, it adapted, it moved underground and carried its secrets forward. And maybe, just maybe, beneath the flicker of candlelight and the compass's cold arc, it still does. The forest breathes. Pines sway gently in a wind that touches nothing else. Somewhere beneath your feet are stones, not grand ruins, not towering walls, just a line, or a circle, something that doesn't belong. You wouldn't notice it, unless you were looking. Even then, you might miss it. But that's the point. If the Templars, or those carrying their legacy, traveled to the New World, would they have left behind grand cities, or something more discreet? Here we enter what some researchers call the whisper sites. These are small, scattered anomalies found across the northeastern regions of North America, sites that resist easy classification, too orderly to be natural, too understated to be traditional settlements. But perhaps, just perhaps, they are echoes of strategic outposts, planted not to conquer, but to anchor, not to colonize, but to pause, rest, and wait. Let's begin, again, in Nova Scotia. It's no accident that this location keeps calling us back. Near Guysborough County, not far from the site of the alleged Sinclair landfall we discussed earlier, local legends whisper of an old stone foundation hidden deep in the forest. No trails lead there now, no rivers or roads, just trees and moss and time. In the 1980s, archaeologists finally reached it. What they found was a square alignment of stones, measured with unnerving precision. No known indigenous origin, yet no colonial record to attach it to. Just stone, cold, quiet, and perfect. The layout formed a compass rose. One of the stones, worn smooth by time, bore what some claimed was a faint impression of a cross pate. Nothing definitive, but still, it was something. And that's not the only one. In Maine, not far from the Westford Knight site we explored earlier, a farmer unearthed something strange. A row of stones, arranged in an almost perfect ellipse, about the length of a longship. No evidence of burials, no remnants of habitation, just shape, intentionality. The soil tested unusually high in iron, suggesting the area may have once supported blacksmithing activity. Perhaps tools were forged, perhaps weapons were maintained. There's no way to know for sure. But again, the pattern emerges. Not settlements, not homesteads, but preparations. This brings us to the core theory of this chapter, that if the Templars crossed the Atlantic, they didn't come to convert or conquer. They came to prepare, to cache, to hide. There's precedent for this behavior. In the years just before their suppression in 1307, the Templars were reportedly moving large volumes of treasure out of France, especially through the port city of La Rochelle. While gold and relics often steal the headlines, some researchers suggest what the Templars valued more than treasure was knowledge. Maps, documents, scrolls, items of immense symbolic or strategic importance that they could not allow to fall into the hands of Philip the Fair. So, imagine a plan, a quiet one, a maritime network of low-profile waypoints, hidden in the forests, tucked into hillsides, spaced along favorable currents. Not permanent homes, but nodes in a system of survival. Not for living, but for returning. One such site exists in Vermont, near the town of Barr, Carved into a hillside, buried under generations of moss and undergrowth, is what looks like a crude stone shelter. No known indigenous or colonial culture has claimed it. But the stones, when studied, reveal chisel marks consistent with medieval masonry. Not iron picks, not modern axes, but something older, something deliberate. One wall bears a symbol, a cross, underneath it a crescent moon, all intersected by a diagonal slash. It's not the hooked X, but it's of the same family, a cousin in the language of Templar symbols. And here we connect back to Oak Island. In Chapter 11, we explored the elaborate underground engineering some believe lies beneath the island's surface. While popular imagination paints Oak Island as a treasure vault, others think it was never meant to hold riches in the traditional sense. Rather, it was a contingency site, a secure drop, a place for temporary concealment. If that's true, then maybe Vermont, Nova Scotia, and Maine are part of a wider web. A medieval GPS, if you will. No satellites, just stars, no bustling outposts, just markers of memory. A particularly compelling clue comes from Quebec. Early French colonists reported stumbling upon what they called stone cannons and cryptic carvings deep in the forest. The writings, archived in fading cursive French, refer to les marques des hommes rouges et des anciennes croix, the marks of red men and ancient crosses. The settlers admitted they didn't know who carved the symbols. The local tribes, in turn, said the stones had been there long before. A familiar pattern: confusion, misattribution, mystery. These aren't the grand ruins of European cities, but they're also not Native American structures. There's something in between, something harder to classify. In academic terms, they are anomalies. In storytelling terms, they're breadcrumbs. And then there's a haunting piece of oral tradition passed down by some Mi'kmaq elders. The tale speaks of white-robed men, men with no women, who came in threes, who built, then left. They lit fires that didn't smoke. Some say these were missionaries. Others aren't so sure. They believe this describes something older, something templated. Of course, skeptics will point to the lack of traditional evidence. No pottery, no trash pits.
No graves. But that may be the point. If these sites weren't meant for occupation, but calibration, then perhaps we're looking for the wrong kind of evidence altogether. Think of a relay race. Not every runner needs a stadium, just a place to pass the baton. And so we arrive at the larger question. If these whisper sites were real, if they formed a network of Templar outposts across the New World, what was their purpose? Were they preservation caches, beacons for future allies, or tombs of knowledge, sealed until the right hands could unlock them? Perhaps they weren't built for us, but for those who came next, the Freemasons, the refugees, those trained to look for specific stars, specific trees, specific patterns carved into specific stones. Maybe that's why we haven't found anything definitive. We're looking with the eyes of archaeologists. But maybe the key is to squint, just slightly, and let the past come into view on its own terms. Let's change the setting now. Not to another wooded glade, but to the sterile corridors of modern academia. Because here, in the fluorescent light of universities and research institutions, the mystery of Templars in America encounters a different kind of wall. Not stone, not secrecy, but skepticism. Go deep enough, and you'll encounter something curious. The theory of Templar presence in North America doesn't just challenge textbooks. It threatens careers. You might expect that scholars-driven by curiosity would leap at the chance to explore something as provocative as this. But speak with those who've tried to publish serious work on the subject, and a different story emerges. Some call it the glass wall. Others call it academic heresy. Here's the official position. The mainstream academic consensus holds that no credible evidence exists for European presence in North America between the Norse landing at Lons, O Meadows around the year 1000, and the voyages of Columbus in 1492. Anything in between, especially when involving secret orders and hidden voyages, is branded as pseudo-history. And that skepticism is warranted. History is full of outlandish claims. Pyramids in the Grand Canyon, Atlantean colonies in Georgia, Egyptian ships on the Mississippi. The wildness of these ideas taints the water for more grounded but still unorthodox theories like the Templar. 1. But here's where it gets murky. Because the Templar America theory doesn't come from nowhere. It's not just fantasy. It's a mosaic built from stone alignments, symbols, oral traditions, maps, and misunderstood artifacts. None of it is conclusive on its own, but together it forms a signal beneath the noise. And that signal makes people uncomfortable. Consider Scott Wolter, a geologist and television host who has spent decades studying the Kensington Runestone, the hooked X symbol, and Templar-related artifacts. His critics accuse him of cherry-picking data and romanticizing his theory. Yet his work has revived interest in relics, long ignored by the academic mainstream. He may be imperfect, but he asks questions others are afraid to. When mainstream academics do engage, they often do so from the shadows, publishing under pseudonyms, submitting to niche journals, or limiting their focus to highly specific aspects like soil analysis or linguistic drift. Why? Because association with this theory can be academic suicide. Grants don't go to those looking for medieval symbols in New England. Tenure isn't granted to researchers chasing secret voyages across the Atlantic. And so the silence grows not from lack of interest, but from fear. A telling anecdote underscores this point. In 1993, a respected Canadian archaeologist submitted a proposal to survey a peculiar mound in New Brunswick. Local legends said it was a foreign stone circle. The university approved the proposal until word got out that the researcher had cited Templar connections in a conference footnote. The funding was quietly pulled. No survey was ever conducted. In a later interview, the researcher remarked, "It was like I said, the moon was made of cheese." And yet, despite the professional fallout, whispers continued drifting through faculty hallways and private emails, appearing in footnotes of unpublished dissertations, in side comments after lectures. Young graduate students sometimes reach out to independent researchers, not with bold declarations, but with cautious curiosity. Their emails are tentative. Off the record, they often begin, "Just a question for my own understanding." Professors known for their rigidity, for their strict adherence to approved historical frameworks, occasionally show up at lectures on Templar lore. They sit in the back rows, notebooks closed, expressions unreadable. But they stay through the Q&A. They listen. The interest is still there. It just lives in the shadows, where safety and deniability coexist. Let's call back to something from Chapter 18. When we discussed the Vatican's firm grip over Templar documentation, ask yourself, why is this topic, across centuries and institutions, treated with such caution? Why does both the Church and the Academy respond to the Templars with walls rather than windows? One claims to safeguard divine truth, the other empirical knowledge. But in both domains, the result is the same: access denied. And then there's the emotional risk. Consider the archaeologist who spends years tracing a trail everyone else believes is fiction. She's not just risking her job. She's wagering her identity, her reputation, and the respect of colleagues who may see her as a fringe theorist or, worse, a conspiracist. That kind of gamble isn't easy. It asks you to be both scholar and outcast. So some stop, quietly. They shift focus, write safer papers, attend safer conferences. But others keep going, quietly but persistently. A retired professor in Rhode Island studying gravestone symbology. A cartographer in Maine who's redrawn the Zeno map using cutting-edge software. An archivist in Quebec cataloging folk songs, not for folklore, but for encrypted navigational clues. None of these individuals work for major institutions. None expect tenure or awards. Yet their work continues quiet, meticulous, fueled not by recognition, but by a deeper pull. Here's the irony. Academia, with all its gates and guardians, is built on a principle that truth matters, even when it's uncomfortable, especially when it challenges what we thought we knew. So let's ask the question plainly. If the evidence trail is strong enough to raise legitimate questions, why aren't they being asked? Why the silence? Could it be that the silence isn't because the theory is baseless, but because it might be true? Dangerous, not because it's absurd, but because it has weight. Because if a group of warrior monks did in fact reach North America a century before Columbus, and if that voyage was deliberately erased, then we're not talking about a forgotten footnote. We're talking about a curated history, a conscious omission. Someone somewhere decided that we weren't ready to know. Imagine walking into a room where every surface is covered in puzzle pieces. Some are weathered, ancient. Others are pristine, clearly modern. At first, they seem completely unrelated. But as you sort through them, you notice a curve here that mirrors a corner there. Colors repeat. Shapes align. Something begins to form, not a complete picture, but an undeniable suggestion of one. That's what this investigation has been. 22 chapters of fragments, each intriguing on its own. But only now, when placed side by side, do they start to reveal a larger shape. Let's pause and retrace. We began with the Kensington Runestone, a massive artifact inscribed with 14th century runes found in Minnesota. From there, the mysterious hooked X surfaced, appearing repeatedly on gravestones, in manuscripts, on maps. Not just once, but again and again. A symbol not rooted in Viking heritage, but in something older and more ideological Templar ideology. A spiritual and navigational marker. Then came Henry Sinclair, a Scottish noble with ties to the Knights Templar. His potential journey across the Atlantic, linked to the Zeno map, hinted at a calculated voyage long before Columbus ever set sail. And the Newport Tower, a stone structure defying its supposed colonial origins. Its architecture and celestial alignments don't fit the time or place. Its very presence whispers of medieval Europe, of knowledge not taught in the colonies. We followed those clues from Massachusetts to Minnesota, mysterious effigies, carved knights, and oral legends of pale-skinned visitors who came not as conquerors, but as teachers. The Westford Knight, the Micmac stories, the Venus families, and their geometric alignments crisscrossing New England. One anomaly is easy to dismiss. Two, maybe, but a dozen? A pattern begins to assert itself. Especially when the same elements hooked X's, geometric layouts, stone markers appear across disparate timelines and locations. Sacred geometry hidden in forest clearings. Masonic rites echoing ancient brotherhoods. DNA evidence that hints at European lineage centuries before the official narratives say it could have existed. We stood in Rosslyn Chapel, beneath ceilings adorned with sugar maple carvings, trees native only to North America. We followed symbols across oceans and eras, whispered through rituals and chants in candlelit lodges. So here's the question. At the heart of this chapter, how many coincidences are too many? Academia tends to treat these anomalies in isolation. The Kensington Runestone? A forgery. The Newport Tower? Colonial. The Zeno map? A hoax. But what if the error isn't in the data, but in how we interpret it? What if these aren't isolated blips, but interconnected data points? Think of a crime scene. One misplaced fingerprint is an oddity, but a dozen across different rooms, all pointing to the same individual? That's not noise. That's a narrative. And that's where this journey pivots from passive inquiry to active revelation. Because the danger in any investigation isn't disbelief. It's dismissal. The moment we declare something impossible, we stop questioning. We shut the door. But history doesn't reward closed doors. It rewards the curious. The anomalies we've explored, however debated, partial, or obscure, form a trail. Not a perfect one. Not one that ends in a glowing relic labeled "The Templars were here," but a trail nonetheless. Of stone and symbol. Of myth and memory. And where does it lead? to Nova Scotia, to Oak Island, to a pattern of stars etched in bedrock, to bloodlines whispered across generations, to gravestones half consumed by lichen, to you, because here's the twist. After all the evidence, the skepticism, the speculation, something inside you believes, not in every detail, not in every claim, but in the shape they form together. Your instinct, quiet, primal, says there's more here. And that instinct? It might be the greatest evidence of all, that beneath the official timelines, beneath Columbus and papal bulls, beneath the history you are taught, lies another story. One older, more complex, more deliberately hidden. So here is our final, open question before the conclusion. If even half of this evidence is real, if the runestone, the hooked X, the gravestones, the maps, the rituals, the alignments, if any of it holds weight, what does that mean? Not just for the Templars, for the story of America. Because if a secret voyage did happen, and if it was buried on purpose, not forgotten, but erased, then every map you memorized in school is incomplete. Every timeline in every textbook is missing a chapter. The chapter you've just begun to read. The one written not in books, but in stone. You're standing at the edge now, at the threshold between speculation and possibility. Everything so far has been a tightening thread, symbols, secrets, structures. Now comes the moment to look past metaphors and ask plainly, did the Knights Templar disbanded, hunted, scattered succeed in reaching North America before Columbus? To answer that, let's start with the clearest evidence we have, motive. By the early 1300s, the Knights Templar had transformed from a fearsome crusading force into something far more complex. No longer just warriors, they had become bankers of kings, architects of fortresses, and navigators of seas few dared traverse. Their sudden fall in 1307 wasn't just a political rupture, it was an existential unraveling of a vast network that spanned continents and centuries. Many of their ships, notably docked in ports like La Rochelle along the Atlantic, presented a potential escape route. While we often speak of Templar remnants settling in places like Portugal or Scotland, there is a deeper, perhaps more compelling possibility that they sailed further still across the ocean into lands largely unknown to their European contemporaries. If survival was the goal, then distance and isolation were their allies. And if anyone could have managed such a feat, it was the Templars. They had the ships, they had the knowledge, and above all, they had the motivation. The order had long employed master sailors, and during their time in the Holy Land, they likely gained access to ancient maritime knowledge, fragments of navigation once held by Phoenicians, Romans, and Arab seafarers. Combine this with reports, such as the Zeno narrative, the voyages attributed to Henry Sinclair, and the arcane nautical details encoded within early Masonic rites, and what emerges is no longer just a tantalizing theory. It becomes a tangible logistical reality. Then we find the physical echoes, the so-called markers of a secret past. The Kensington Runestone, while heavily debated, has never been definitively debunked. Dated to 1362, it recounts an expedition of Scandinavian Christians deep into North America. Could these Christians have been traveling alone? Or were they aligned with a hidden Templar remnant, cloaked in mystery, but driven by purpose? Symbols begin to repeat. The enigmatic hooked X appears not only on the runestone, but also in other disputed relics and manuscripts. It's a symbol that seems to whisper of something older, something encoded across time and geography, as though a secret language was left behind, waiting for the right eyes to read it. Consider the Newport Tower in Rhode Island. Its architecture, aligned precisely with the cardinal points and designed with medieval flourishes uncommon in colonial America, defies simple explanation. Or the Westford Knight, carved into stone. In Massachusetts, a figure bearing clear resemblance to 14th century knightly heraldry. In Nova Scotia and beyond, whispers of sacred geometry cling to the forests and rocks, as if someone had tried to map the cosmos onto the land. Native oral histories speak of tall, pale-skinned men in shining armor who came from the sea, stayed briefly, and vanished without a trace. They were not conquerors, these men. They were builders, emissaries, or perhaps most intriguingly guardians. In more modern times, echoes of these stories manifest again in the strange parallels between Freemasonry and Templar ritual. From architectural precision to esoteric symbolism, to the very structure of their rites, Freemasonry appears to preserve something ancient, something uncannily Templar. From carved stone to encoded symbols to secret ceremonies, the chain of meaning seems unbroken. No single artifact, no lone tower or stone or symbol is conclusive on its own. But history, especially the hidden kind, doesn't operate like a math equation. Secrets rarely present themselves with clear proofs. They whisper, they hint, they bury themselves in layers of myth, geometry, silence, and preservation. So, what does this all mean? What theory rises from the fog when all these fragments are assembled? In the years after their persecution in France, the surviving Templars scattered. Many did integrate into other military orders. Some found refuge in Portugal and were reborn as the Order of Christ. But there is strong reason to believe that a secretive faction, armed with maritime access, mathematical wisdom, and an urgent need to disappear, chose a different path. They crossed the Atlantic. Perhaps they used maps descended from Phoenician or Roman seafaring knowledge, or drew from Middle Eastern navigation methods gathered during their crusades. What matters is not the map, but the movement. Henry Sinclair, allied with Templar remnants, is believed to have led such a voyage. Around 1398, he and his crew are said to have landed in Nova Scotia. There, they didn't conquer, they concealed. They didn't build cities, they etched symbols, carved stones, left architectural whispers meant only for those initiated in their code. From the coast, they may have ventured southward into Maine, passing through what is now Massachusetts, and perhaps even reaching as far inland as Minnesota. Their mission was not colonization, it was concealment. They were stewards, not settlers, protectors of sacred knowledge and ritual memory. They built no great fortresses, claimed no territory. Instead, they buried signs intended to endure. Through time, recognizable only to those who shared their lineage of understanding. Who were they waiting for? Perhaps no one. Or perhaps they waited for their descendants, the Freemasons, the silent custodians of their traditions. These early outposts weren't lost because they failed. They were hidden, deliberately obscured by intent, not by accident. Their disappearance was an act of preservation, not of erasure. Such a theory requires a leap, not of faith, but of perception. It asks us to believe in patterns, in echoes, in the tenacity of memory. And if you followed this story through stone towers and forests, through sacred maps and whispered rituals, then you've already taken that leap. And maybe, just maybe, what you've uncovered isn't fantasy. It's history, half buried, half forgotten, still alive in the shadows. Now we stand at the end of the story. The stones have been read, the symbols traced. The voices of the past have murmured their truths. And as this final chapter settles like dust in a forgotten crypt, a quieter question arises. Not what happened, but what it means. What if history got it wrong? Not through malice, but through neglect. What if the truth was simply overlooked, lost, beneath the weight of assumptions and the bureaucracy of official narratives? We're taught that Columbus opened the door to the New World in 1492. But what if that door had already been nudged open? Not with royal decrees and fanfare, but in silence centuries earlier? What if the story we memorize, the 3 ships, the brave blue sea, isn't the beginning, but a retelling of something older? History isn't a map, it's a memory. And memory fades, it blurs. It keeps what it loves and lets go of what frightens it. Official history requires evidence, but evidence is fickle. It survives only when it's allowed to. And the truth? The truth doesn't vanish. It waits. It waits in weathered ruins, in symbols half remembered, in the breath of forests that echo footsteps no longer seen. Imagine a world where disgraced knights didn't disappear, they re-emerged in silence, where they carried not swords, but secrets, where their journey ended not in glory, but in moss-covered stones and fog-draped towers. A story not of conquest, but of guardianship. Not to overthrow, but to preserve. Not for kings or popes, but for those willing to listen. What if this hidden history was never lost, just unread? And what if tonight, as your eyes grow heavy and your thoughts wander, you begin to feel it? The creak of wood beneath your feet. The scent of salt and candle smoke. The hush of waves against unknown shores. No drums, no banners, just a carved cross. A tower aligned to the stars. A silence so deep, it speaks. Maybe it was always there. Maybe the maps were folded wrong. Maybe the secret was never what they found, but what they chose to leave behind. So now, close your eyes. Let the symbols slip into the shadows. Let the tower vanish into mist. Let the forest swallow the steps. The journey is over. The mystery remains. And the truth? It's waiting.